All right, welcome everyone. We'll go ahead and call to order the regular meeting of the Whitefish Planning Commission. This is Thursday, February 19th, 2026, and we're right at 6 o'clock. We have two items on our agenda tonight that will both, at least one will be very lengthy. Anyone propose an agenda change? No. I don't think so. Okay. All right. Can I get a motion for the January 15th, 2026 minutes, please?
So moved.
All right, and a second?
I'll second it.
All right, so
The
moved by
only thing I'd
Scott.
like to say is I'd like to commend Michelle on the outstanding minutes. Doing an excellent job.
I'll second that. Good job. All right, everyone in favor of the outstanding minutes from January 15th, 2026? Great. All right, thank you. So moved and made. So now we'll move on to communications from the public. This is general communications, so anything that you guys would like to say. We do have the variance tonight and then also the growth policy as a whole. So anything that you'd like to say that's not pertaining to growth policies specifically or the variance item that's on our agenda, please come up to the podium and state your name and let us know what you're wanting to let us know. Anyone? All right, I'll go ahead and close general public comment. And we'll go for unfinished business. I don't think we have any. Well, we have a lot of unfinished business, but none to talk about right now. So we'll move on to our first item, which is a decision item. This is a request by Michael and Susan Jostrom for a variance to a retaining wall height and setback standard. This is WZV 2601, and for this, we'll hear from Lauren McDonald.
Alrighty, good evening. So the variance that you guys have forward to you today is a retaining wall that exceeds 4 feet in height at its tallest point, it was measured at completion from the downhill grade. Its most outer edge sits on the south property line. The project arose after the adjacent south property owner removed a grandfather retaining wall that had encroached more than a foot onto their property. This left the subject property owner to rebuild the retaining wall that supported their home in quick succession, with the existing home located approximately 8 to 9 feet from the south property line, and the primary access to the home located roughly around 4 feet from that line. The available area for reconstruction was extremely limited. Under these constraints, achieving the required 6-foot setback is not feasible, and any reconstruction of the retaining wall would require a variance. The variance request is to zoning code 11311B2. This section can be a little bit complicated, so we have some visual aids tonight. It was adopted in 2023 as a new set of rules that states retaining walls under 2 feet have no setbacks. A wall between 2 and 4 feet have a setback of 6 feet. A retaining wall over 4 feet tall has a setback of the primary structure, in which this case it's 10 feet. So in that visual that I have up on the screens, I know the left side can be a little bit more confusing, so I just try to simplify it. Over on the right-hand side, showing the yellow, is where that 2-foot wall doesn't need any setbacks. The green indicates where that 2 to 4 foot wall would need to maintain a setback of 6 feet. And then the white indicates areas that a wall over 4 feet may be. I went ahead and overlaid this with the subject property to show a little bit of the constraints that are existing on this property. On the left-hand side is a big view of it. On the right is a more close-up view. You can kind of see that the existing entryway as well as the existing driveway are within that 6-foot setback and 10-foot setback. So be able to build a new retaining wall, they had a limited area, and with its location and existing structures, it wasn't able to be meet the required setbacks of 6 feet or 10. Going into my staff report, we did public noticing for this project on February 4th, January 29th, and January 20th. As of today, one person has provided comment in opposition of the variance request. We do have some criteria set forth for review of variances. In the staff report, I outlined a couple of findings. Some of my finding one was strict compliance with the retaining wall setback requirements will limit the reasonable use of the property because the owner cannot achieve adequate structural stability through regrading alone, nor feasibly rebuild the home's foundation without the retaining wall in its proposed location. Strict compliance with the terms of these regulations would deprive the applicant of a right enjoyed by other properties in the zoning district to reconstruct a retaining wall that protects existing structures. The hardship is a result of circumstances over which the applicant has no control due to the lot's configuration and the changing topography near the river. The hardship is peculiar to this property and other properties within the plat of south of Whitefish that contain structures built prior to current zoning and on substandard lots. The hardship was not created by the applicant, as the original retaining wall was constructed prior to their ownership and built encroaching on the neighbor's property. The applicant is not claiming an economic hardship. Granting the variance will not adversely affect neighboring properties or the public because it reduces the nonconformity of the original retaining wall and improves water runoff mitigation. The variance request is the minimum necessary to alleviate the hardship without impacting existing structures. And finally, granting the variance will not confer special privilege because the retaining wall is being relocated fully onto the applicant's property and is not expanding the footprint or volume of the structure. After review of the evaluation and criteria, staff have found that the proposal generally complies with the evaluation criteria set forth in the code and recommend approval with the conditions outlined in the staff report. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Questions for Lauren? Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Hi, Lauren. I asked a few questions of Lauren via email, as is I guess normal, which she answered pretty much entirely. I'm just pulling up one aspect, and it's the section, the condition that asks about is any neighboring property adversely affected? And if you bear with me so I can get the specific text that I wanted to get. When I had asked regarding finding 7, does the lack of an engineering study cast doubt on whether the variance will adversely affect the neighboring properties? And you answered that thoroughly, that the planning department does not require an engineering study. The building department may require an engineering study, et cetera, et cetera. That's separate. That aspect is separate from the land use variance criteria. And then the sentence that I just wasn't sure about was, I just wanted to confirm that this means what it says. Whether a variance adversely affects neighboring properties is evaluated through the zoning criteria, not through structural engineering analysis. So this is strictly, this is not a question of the physical aspects of any potential damage to a neighboring property. Is that what that sentence says? This is only viewed through the lens of zoning?
I'm not sure I entirely understand the question, but I'll try my...
I can try one more time,
Okay.
because I realize I stuttered that a bit. So you wrote, whether a variance adversely affects neighboring properties is evaluated through the zoning criteria, not through structural engineering analysis. So my question, follow-up is, so any physical aspects of risk to the neighboring property are not considered in this assessment of whether the variance should be granted?
No, it's only evaluated during the building permit evaluation phase. The actual construction of it will be evaluated for its structural integrity and up to the building official to determine if one is required.
Perfect, thank you.
Further questions for Lauren? I have one, if you, all right. So you just referenced the building permit, and that someone would go out during the building phase. Has anyone gone from the city to inspect the water drainage or the building that has happened?
Yeah, so after the stop work order was placed on the property, the Dave, as well as the chief building official, Tad Lazowski, and I believe the code compliance officer went out on site, reviewed what was in progress at the time, and determined that really a building permit will be determined once a variance is granted or denied. They found that it was kind of a non-starter at the moment, just until this was determined. But usually when it comes to retaining walls, what they evaluate is the loading of it, not necessarily mitigation of runoff. That's entirely up to the property owner to install or not to install. So it's more structural when the building official goes out and takes a look at it, but they did evaluate it. They'll do further evaluation later on.
Okay, so the French drain that was installed, the runoff mitigation, the pipes that are being disputed if they're running, towards a neighboring property or somewhere else, no one inspected that to this point?
So, the city doesn't have specific standards for on-site runoff other than it's supposed to be contained on the site. They did install a French drain when they redid that to try to divert water and keep it on their property. But that's usually in the building permit stage if it requires one. Some of the confusion comes to the fact that retaining walls that are under 4 feet don't require a building permit. They never have. We just recently changed the code where you could build a 4-foot retaining wall anywhere on your property, and that was fine. So just a couple of years ago, we changed the code so that you had to have a setback requirement and a height requirement. So there's a little bit of confusion with contractors and people doing it that weren't aware that the codes had changed. But typically, on something that it's not necessarily structural. If it is structural, if it's above 4 feet, then that might require a building permit. But typically, walls 4 feet and less don't require one. They're considered landscaping for landscaping purposes, unless it's like a concrete wall that's holding up a structure, right? In this case, it's helping support the foundation of the building and their driveway and their stairs and all that stuff. And so the building official did a initial evaluation of it, but they weren't able to determine just through the visual whether or not they would have required a building permit yet. So they're waiting once the variance is approved, and at that point they'll decide, okay, this does need a building permit. You might have to do some other things with it, and that's when we would look at the stormwater runoff or any other stuff.
And then I have one more follow-up question on that. We were provided multiple photographs from staff in the staff report, and then also from the applicant, and then also in public comment. The public comment photograph that showed the portion of the wall that's above 4 feet, did staff evaluate that area?
It's kind of a tricky situation because according to the code, we measure retaining walls from the downhill side up. And apparently in this situation, there was some fill added onto the neighboring property, which the neighboring property owner removed. So when the wall was constructed and when they took their initial pictures, it did meet 4 feet, but after the material on the downhill side was removed from the neighbor's property, it changes the height. And so the property owner, the applicant, doesn't really have complete control over how tall that wall is because the downhill side is measured not on his property. And so there's a little bit of flux going on with what's happening there. So it's a little bit difficult to determine other than we had to base it on what, the initial application that came in.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Yes, so let's
ahead,
go with Scott for Frank. Go ahead, Frank.
Again, this is a bad deal. So we've got an application for a variance for an already constructed wall.
Correct. So
Yeah.
they were replacing a retaining wall that was removed.
Right.
They constructed it, and then they realized, and we were like, hey, that can only be 2 feet in that, and then we noticed the
Right.
wall, or there was a complaint, and they, the contractor wasn't aware that there was a new setback requirement in the city code, so they stopped work. Subsequently, they applied for a variance. The wall that they constructed is what they felt was necessary in order to reconstruct what had been there before in order to stabilize, the foundation of their own home and their driveway and all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So I get that. But now we're gonna have, as a result of that, then there's gonna be some discussion as to whether or not a construction permit would be required, and then, which will require an inspection in and of itself to determine that. At what point do we determine whether or not, if they have to pull a building permit, or whether they don't, I don't care, but at what point do we determine whether or not it is doing the job that it's supposed to? In other words, it's constructed in such a way that it's not gonna fail, and it's not gonna divert, and it's, or taking care of any runoff issues that might be created by having that wall as opposed to a natural slope. Assume with me, if you will, that the building inspector looks at it and says, this really doesn't meet what I would see is required here, and you may or may not have done the draining right. At that point, are they required to correct the mess that they've created?
Correct. Dave will, or Tad will let them know if anything is built incorrectly and they feel that it needs reconstruction, they will mandate it to do that.
Okay, now, what's the enforcement mechanism for that? And how quickly do they have to move on it?
It's a building permit, and so enforcement is done within their realm of things. I'm not too familiar with how that is set.
My rhetorical question here is, okay, you need to fix this, which means you have to dig it up. You're gonna have to do this, this, and this. You're gonna have to put in different drainage or whatever it is that they decide they're required. And everybody says, okay, fine, and then nothing happens. What's the enforcement mechanism to make it happen?
Again, typically a building permit, I mean, they do a stop work order. Eventually, at some point, we could either fine them or file an injunction and make sure that they, do what's required under the code.
Okay. Okay, and again, assume with me, if you will, they ignore you.
Turn it over to the city attorney, and they go through the process of either a civil infraction or an injunction.
Okay, and then, so we got an injunction, you have to fix it.
Correct.
Say, great, I can't
Yeah,
afford to.
according to the city code. I mean, we have limited requirements with regard to, like, if you do some work on your property and move some dirt around and it changes the drainage, that becomes a civil issue between two
It does.
property owners, and the city can't do anything about that. It's not in our jurisdiction, our regulations.
Right. Well, we shouldn't necessarily authorize something.
Yeah, but again, they did put drain tile in, on their side of the wall to try to mitigate issues, because apparently over time, I mean, I don't know the situation, but there has been water issues. So, like most properties in Whitefish.
Yeah, no, I get that, David. I don't want to belabor this. What I'm trying to understand is we would have issued a building permit which is not being complied with, which causes civil damages to a neighbor whose only recourse is to hire a lawyer and sue the property owner and get a judgment. They got to pay for their attorney. I mean, all of those, at some point, there's an analysis that's wrong, but I can't afford to enforce my rights. So, I mean, so what I'm trying to figure out is there any mechanism by which the city could literally force, do it or will do it, and then we're going to put a lien on your property? I mean, what's our mechanism here? So that the adjacent property owners are not subject to that kind of a penalty for something that was constructed without a building permit and after the fact.
Yeah, I mean, again, we haven't determined whether or not a building permit was required.
Right.
Typically it's landscaping, you're adding walls
Right.
to support flower beds and things like that. And we have all we have is a requirement on the height
Right.
and the setback, but we don't have any other standards with how they're built, how drainage is affected by that.
Okay.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Scott, go ahead.
So Mike put his finger exactly on the question I had coming in. And what I'm hearing the answer is that this board cannot consider adverse effects on the adjoining property owner in whether to grant or deny this variance. Is that correct?
It's one of the criteria that you're evaluating is if it has adverse effects, but you have no way to know whether it's affecting it or not.
So
Because, I
functionally,
mean,
that's
it's
true.
yet to be determined whether or not, it's messed with the drainage, but that's really, it's kind of one of those criteria that's hard to evaluate.
And the reason is because this is an after-the-fact permit or application, right? I mean, or request for a variance. So,
Once someone, once we do a stop work order, that's allowed to remain as is until it goes through the due process of whether or not to get a variance. If the variance is denied, then they'll have to lower that wall down to 2 feet or less. And then, do
and that
whatever
again
else they
would
have
be,
to do.
I'm sorry, David, I didn't mean to interrupt you. And that again wouldn't hinge on whether or not there were any adverse effects on the adjacent property owner, right? Decision about whether to drop it would just be strictly the code.
Well, again, if the wall does not require a building permit, then we don't evaluate the drainage or how that might impact that.
So my takeaway from this is that we can't consider adverse impacts on the adjoining property owner in our decision about whether to grant or deny this variance. Is that a fair
We
statement?
can consider adverse impacts within the scope of the zoning code, our specific zoning code. When it comes to drainage, that's the public works standards. When it comes to a variance, it's just to our specific zoning code and adverse impacts, is my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, you're just looking at that, strictly looking at whether, a wall above 2 feet is okay within a 4 foot or a 6 foot setback of the property line. Whether or not, and there's any other impacts of that, I mean, that's the zoning section of the code that they're asking for a variance for. That's the requirement that walls be no more than 2 feet high within the 6 feet setback.
So is your recommendation to approve doesn't consider adverse impacts on the adjoining property, is that correct?
I mean,
Does consider adverse impacts within the scope of our zoning code. So it's not going to be water runoff or anything like that. That's evaluated at a later process. Adverse impacts is considered within the scope of what they're requesting, which is the height and setback variance. Is not adversely impacting the property owner since it's not encroaching anymore. The footprint and structural height is not being further expanded.
Okay, I think I understand. I wasn't
and
quite clear.
the drainage or runoff is going to be the same whether that wall's 2 feet or 4 feet. It does
Right.
not make any difference whatsoever. So that's not one of the things we're looking at because it doesn't depend with whether the wall's built within code at 2 feet high or whether it goes to 4 feet. Doesn't change, the water situation.
So one last question. So since the nature of the applicant's or the adjoining properties owner's argument is that it will create adverse impacts, that's not something that we can take into consideration in this hearing. Is that fair?
That's a fair assessment, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So I have one more question. In finding 7, your staff report states that granting the variance will not adversely impact the neighboring properties or the public because it reduces the nonconformity and improves water runoff mitigation. How did you determine it improved water runoff mitigation? From what point did you guys know that it was bad to then you knew it was better?
So because the wall was constructed prior to zoning code, which would have been the 80s, I believe, traditionally runoff mitigation wasn't considered. So really any best practices used in a new construction are going to improve water runoff mitigation.
And also the previous wall didn't have a, French drain along it where this new wall does, which is going to help improve the runoff.
And previously it was a slope until fill was added, but that's all before you guys assessed anything. That's just from public comment that we have. But if they had used a setback, then that would have been 6 feet, right? That they would have done something, or just kept the slope and done nothing?
Could have been no more than 2 feet high in there. I mean, they could still have built a wall, just would have had to not exceed 2 feet.
So we can't know anything between what's there now and what might have been at this,
I mean,
okay.
yeah, I mean, and to the applicant's point, they're just trying to replace something that had been there for the last 40 years, so.
Scott?
One more question. What % complete is that wall now, assuming that that stop work order is in effect, and we're at what % complete?
My understanding, it's about 90% complete when I had gone out on site with the code enforcement officer to place that stop work order.
90%?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what remains to be done?
I'm not familiar.
All right, thank you.
All right, any further questions of staff? Okay, thank you, Lauren. All right, so at this time, we'll open the public hearing for this, and I'll invite the applicant to join us at the podium first, or applicant's representative.
I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Really, I'm just here to answer questions. My name is Kamisha Sautel. I'm legal counsel for the applicant. I feel like you've covered the issues pretty clearly. I guess the one thing I wanted to make clear is my clients, to your questions, Frank, have every intention of
So I'm
complying.
getting a reminder to use your microphone. It may or may not be on. It is on.
on?
So he's just saying.
I'll just yell
speak
right at
more
it.
closer. Thank you.
To address your question, Frank, they have every intention of complying with everything the city asked them to do. They're in this unfortunate situation when they discovered that the retaining wall on their property encroached on the neighbor's property. They let her know. It was her decision to remove the retaining wall, leaving them with a gap that could not support their house. They have an engineering report that supports that they needed to do something, or else they could potentially have structural damage to their home. They hired a professional to install this wall, had no idea they were not in compliance with the new codes, and they have every intention of complying with everything the city asked them to do. So as far as pursuing them if they don't comply, I can assure you that will not be an issue. Yep.
So I have a question, since you're the representative here.
Yes.
We were provided a conversation between the applicant and the neighbor. And that was from March 1st of 2023. Are you familiar with that?
You'll have to refresh
Okay.
my memory. I've probably read it, but I don't off the top of my head know it was said on March 1st of
So
2023.
I can either read it or I can provide it to you. It's in the public comment from this.
I'll
So, yeah, it might be better for you to read it. And I just wanted to be clear that you knew about this and that the neighbor did, whether his contractors did or not.
Oh, so you're suggesting that they knew it had to be 4 feet or less?
No, not that it had to be, just that there were city ordinances and where to find those.
Well, I'm not going to argue with what this text exchange says. I haven't seen this, and I did not review the record to read this, so.
I'm sorry to be the one to give it to you.
Yeah.
All right.
I can address that
Yes.
for you if you would like.
Okay, thanks, Lauren.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
so in the applicant's submittal, they had stated that they contacted our front offices about the requirement of permitting. It was the admin who had responded to them, letting them know that no permitting was required at that time. It's unfortunate, but I think there was a miscommunication of what the exact questions were. They are generally, our admin are a little bit more specified in our building department standards, and it is a standard that if it's under 4 feet, no permitting is required. And so that kind of has a negative effect on the planning side of things, and we are working on improving that, but it was just unfortunate communication in that sense that they had asked after the fact.
Okay, thanks, Lauren.
And again, I don't think just to make sure you understand, it's not as though my clients were out there on their own installing this. They did hire engineers, they got advice from professionals, they tried to work with the neighbor and did what they thought was the right thing to do to correct a problem that if they had not installed this, potentially with the freeze-thaw cycles in Whitefish would have caused structural integrity to their home. So,
All right, thank you.
sure.
And
Can I answer any other questions or try to?
do you know when they started bringing fill in to raise the driveway and raise the property on that side?
When they brought Phil in, can you
The
clarify?
Jostrums, so it was brought to our attention that 3 different times large loads of fill were brought in before this ever commenced over the past few years to really raise that portion of the property. That's what I was going to ask them about, is when and why that happened.
I guess I don't understand the question because from the pictures that I've seen and my understanding of the property is there was an existing retaining wall that existed and was what they presumed was the boundary between the two properties. And it's when they had a survey done that they discovered that that retaining wall in fact encroached on the adjacent landowner's property, which they communicated with the landowner. It was her decision to remove that portion of the wall that encroached. So I'm not sure where the fill is relevant to the pre-existing retaining wall, and I obviously don't have those answers, so I can't really speculate.
That's fine if you
Yeah.
don't know. All right,
And unfortunately, they're out of the state right now, or else they would be here.
okay, thank you.
Whitney, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I can
Yes.
answer that one as well, if that's okay.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, so the applicant had also kind of went into detail about this in their application. It was a connection between I think it was 2022 or 2023 an engineer report of the existing home's foundation. They found that after a water break, there was some erosion that had occurred underneath, and so the engineer had recommended fill be placed under the foundation as well as surrounding the foundation.
Okay. So that was just kind of under the house, not on the side? 'Cause
Around
we
and
just
on the
had
side.
We just had, verbal saying that, so we didn't have any pictures of how it was before, or how that incrementally happened. Okay,
That's true, and we have no site development standards in the city, so you can put as much fill on your property as you want to, and we have no review of that, so.
any questions for the applicant's representative? All right, thank you.
Whitney, would you like these back?
Sure,
Okay.
I love paper. Thanks. All right, so further public comment? Yes. State your name and your address, and then go ahead.
I'm Doug Adams, 214 Rusty Spur Trail, Whitefish. I own Scapes. So the work that is in discussion is mine. I wanted to correct a few errors in the public commentary that you received, written commentary that you received, because it's not right. The first one was that there's no landscape plan, so here it is. I did not know how many of you there were. I did not make enough, so a couple will have to share. But that is a plan that I drew last summer for the project. So there was a landscape plan, and that landscape plan shows the location of plants. It shows the location of the walls, the stepping stones, everything associated with what we did. Before I get into the details, I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that the homeowner did contact the city and specifically asks, what do I need to do? And there's an email trail, and I've read the emails, and I did not bring them tonight. I was hoping y'all would already have those. But that email, the response from the city was, city has no interest in this, has nothing to do with us, nothing, you don't need to do anything with us. So all this work was predicated on the city's response. We cannot be held accountable for what the city did or did not do, but we did what they said do. And Mr. Jostrom did his due diligence, did what he was supposed to do. There's nothing more that he could have done, in my opinion. Now, getting on to the specifics of the plan, as far as I can tell, on the previous wall, there was no drainage behind that wall. Ms. Norton took out the wall, and that was actually originally supposed to be a part of my job description, but she went ahead and took it upon herself to do that. As we were, it is right.
Sorry, we can't have any talking between a public speaker and the audience, and everyone will get a turn to talk at the podium as they like. Go ahead.
For some reason, she's saying she never hired me, and she's correct. She never did hire me. I didn't say that she did.
And I'll remind everyone of our rules of civil dialogue. They're on the agenda. So just speak to us, yes, and then we'll hear from anyone else later.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there was no evidence of a drainage system in there. The slope goes from the Jostrom residence down the hill toward Ms. Norton's house. And when we then excavated for the wall, it's a standard procedure that you provide drainage behind that wall. Ideally, when you build a retaining wall, you actually make a swale behind the wall so that surface water is directed not to go over the wall, because that puts additional hydraulic pressure on the wall. You can Google it. You can talk to professionals, one of which I am. You can go to suppliers, and they all will show you what the proper procedure is for building a retaining wall. Anything over 4 feet tall needs to have geotextile fabric or mesh installed to help withstand that pressure. This wall is below 4 feet, therefore that was not an issue. So what we did was we excavated behind the wall. We compact in a 6-inch layer of crushed gravel so that you have a firm footing there. Then you start setting your 6-inch block. The first block is set below grade, and until she excavated it, it was all at least 6 inches below grade. So what we've got is 6 inches of gravel, 6 inches of block below grade at a minimum, and then the wall is built up from there. The way that those blocks are constructed, they have a lip on the back of them, and that causes what we call a batter. And that batter is usually 1 to 2 inches set back, depending on whether you're using landscape timbers or block or whatever you're using. That, again, helps it slant back like that, and it causes it to be able to withstand the pressures that it gets from, whether it be freezing and thawing, water pressures, the hydraulic pressure from when it rains. That gives you a lot of extra strength. So we then put landscape fabric from the bottom of that wall. We bring it up like this and wrap it around the top. But before we wrap it around the top, we put in gravel, a drain rock, and then we put in a 4-inch drain pipe. Then we put more drain rock, and that drain rock goes all the way up. In most cases, the top foot of that, 6 inches a foot of it, I will put topsoil on top of that, and then we can plant plants, grass, whatever we want to it. On this one, we did not have to do that because they already had existing gravel there. They just want that to be a walkway, and so we ran the gravel all the way up. So what that tells you is that we have clear drain rock that goes all the way behind that wall, and that, because it necessarily sloped down to the road, it goes all the way to the road, that means that it's going to catch any water that comes from the Jostrom property. So the drainage has been greatly improved from what it was. Now, I've always heard that law requires that we are not allowed to redirect water onto anybody else's property. And so whenever we're putting drain pipes in, whenever we're regrading, we make it a specific point not to do that. In this case, the water already went that way. Now we've taken that and we've directed it so that it has to go down to the street. So it actually improves the drainage situation in Ms. Norton's property. That should be quite clear and appreciated that it's been done and done correctly. To what Frank was asking as to whether there's any recourse if we failed to do something right, we didn't. We built it according to professional standards. It's right. Now, I'm happy to meet Dave or anybody else out there and look at it, but it's done right. There's nothing more that could or should be done to make it any righter than it is. It's right. It was tested more than I wanted it to be back in December when it was so wet, so rainy. So we had a lot of rain at that time. To my knowledge, it's not fallen over. And this in spite of the fact that the soil that is below the wall that should have been burying and protecting from heaving, frost heaving, and if you recall, right around Thanksgiving, we had some temperatures down near zero and everything. That would have protected that area and helped maintain the integrity of the wall. We had backfilled that with some of the soil that had come from Ms. Norton's property. So when we dug out approximately 2 foot of existing soil after she had removed the wall, there's just an embankment of soil. So somebody asked, was there a slope? There was no slope. There was a cliff. That's what we were left with, was a cliff. And so if you had tried to make a slope out of it, the slope would have probably been about that steep at its steepest point. That's where the wall is the tallest. Most of the wall is less than 2 feet anyway. And in fact, it's shorter than it was before we built it. If you look at the pictures that Ms. Norton sent you, they show the wall being taller than the driveway. We had to, in order to move the wall back to the property line, we had to come in and cut, it was 2 or 3 feet off of the driveway, making the driveway skinnier in order to have room to put the drainage behind there, in order to have room to construct the wall. And so had we not been able to rebuild that, there would have been no structural integrity whatsoever in the base on that driveway. They would not have been able to use the driveway because it could have collapsed at any time because there was nothing there left to support it. So we had no choice in the matter but to cut the driveway back and to stabilize that area. Let's see. There was a point made that I put toxic contaminated soil on her property. The only thing that was on her property was her soil. It was her soil before I got there. It's her soil when I left. We hauled off soil. We hauled off as much as we needed to. In the process of her removing the old wall and trying to dig out the timbers, and in us digging out and excavating so that we could put our wall in the subsoil, there was obviously some sloughing of soil. Just because it's the right thing to do, I took that soil and uncovered her perennials and stuff like that and put it back up against the wall. Then she started complaining, this was after the stop order, that I was putting bad soil in there and I shouldn't have put it and I need to bring in new soil. And then she called the police and, you know, it got to be ridiculous to the point that we had tried. She wanted to drain the swale inside of her house. We helped try to dig it out for her, where she dug out the wall and made a cliff too far because we could not build the wall any further because of the roots of a big fir tree there at the top end of it. I backfilled that and made a nice slope and everything. Came back the next day, she dug it all out. And so we did everything we could do to accommodate her. We have in no way whatsoever compromised her drainage, the stability of her foundation, the ability for her to use her property. In no way on earth has she been adversely affected. And I would put my professional reputation on that. All that said, we will certainly work with the city to do what needs to be done. The wall is further than 90% done. There's very little left for me to do. It's functional at this point, and I do think it'll withstand not just this winter, but I think it'll last longer than I will. So, have you got any questions?
Go ahead, Scott. We're going to treat this as an applicant representative and ask questions as well.
Is that all right?
Go ahead.
So I just understood you to say that there will be no adverse impacts or effects on the adjoining property owner as a result of the work that you did. Is that correct?
Right.
So you would not agree with any of the adverse effects that the adjoining property owner has stated?
Not in a million years. She's
Okay.
dead wrong.
And usually we would have the assurance of a building permit inspection before something is built, right? And so now we're trying to do that sort of in reverse order. But what you're saying is that this would be the standard of any permit application inspection in its current state. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, because it's the way it's done. So if there was a trial and you had professional testimony, they would tell you to do it exactly the way that I told you we did do it.
No further questions.
I have one question. Did she complain about anything that you were doing on the subject property, on your property? Or was this all what happened on her property next door?
She offered us the use of her property to go across the property. We couldn't get equipment in there. We were doing it by hand in wheelbarrows. And so she allowed us to go through her front yard with wheelbarrows. She was not complaining about anything that we were doing while we were doing it. So we started it on Tuesday afternoon, I believe that was October 28th. We started on the Tuesday morning, I believe.
Of 2024?
No,
Sorry,
this
25?
past year, 25,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
And so by Wednesday, we had it excavated and we're starting to build it. And then she said something about there being a code and that we might be in violation of a code. And so I said, what code are you talking to? And she brought it up to me, but she said it incorrectly. And I said, well, that cannot be true. And it wasn't true. She just had it wrong. And so I sort of discounted it because there was no way it could be true. And so then Thursday, she started getting antsy and upset that nobody from the city had showed up to put a stop work order on it.
Sorry, but was that when you were on your side of the property or still on hers, working on the wall that would then be on your?
We were working on both sides of the
Okay.
property line
All right.
for the whole project.
Okay,
When you're building, the blocks weigh like 72 pounds. And so when you're building them, you can't stand 2 feet back because remember, we've got it excavated. You backfill the gravel as you're building. You certainly can't do it before you put the wall in. So you can't reach over and hold 72 pounds below you and drop it. You have to do it from below. So we were up and on the wall and over the wall and below the wall the whole time. But then, so Thursday, she starts getting antsy about that and can't understand why the city has not come out and so had I known that there indeed would be a stop order, I probably would have worked late Thursday night and finished the thing up. We're more than 90% done. And so we get there Friday morning, and that's when Michael and Lauren show up and give us the stop work order. At that time, we were nearly done with the lower wall. So there's just a little bit that I've probably got 4 hours work left over there to do, setting stepping stones and things like that. So, but structurally, it's complete.
any further questions at all? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask, before we go any further, do you guys know, are the emails where the applicant asked, I don't know what was asked, but that seems like it should have been part of our public record with this file. Does anyone have access to that? Do we know where it is? Does anyone agree with me that that would be nice to see an actual written record of this?
That would be nice. I did not receive any copies. It was my understanding that it was a verbal conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise.
Okay, yeah, if the city has access to those, that would be great. I mean, this is something that we're deciding tonight if it was verbal conversation, and it doesn't change what we're doing here, but it would be a nice addition. We have the fact of where we are now, so. all
Yeah, I
right.
mean, our understanding was a verbal conversation. I wasn't aware of any email, but it's possible.
Maybe I misread the chain. I read tons of correspondence on this. I thought it was an email, but maybe I misread that.
If you find it, send it to us. Thank you. All right, further public comment on this, please?
My name is Rebecca Norton, 530 Scott Avenue, and I am the neighbor to the south of this project. I know I sent you public comment already about the history of this. It was at the very tail end of the wall's lifespan. I became aware of it when my neighbors asked me to take down my backyard fence because they wanted to put up another fence on their side of the property, and there was a gap about this big between where they put up their fence and where my fence was. And I asked Mr. Jostrom, why are you putting it over there? And he said, oh, that's all your property. So they had put in survey pins when they bought the property, and we never discussed stringing a line. But after that, I realized that the whole retaining wall was on my property. And I'm not sure that I would have done much with it, but they immediately threatened adverse possession, which means that they would try to take the property from me based on historic use. So I looked up what that was, and I realized I really wanted the property because it's a little teeny old house. It was built in 1905, and I figured whoever got it after me would want the full setbacks for rebuilding. And so I told them I was claiming the property and that I would be taking out the retaining wall. And then they removed the pins, the survey pins. So then I had it resurveyed with the same guy. They weren't happy with that guy because they didn't feel like he was very reliable. So I surveyed my whole entire property at that point and put up markers and began to take the wall out in the fall of 2022. And at that time, Mr. Jostrom said that they really needed to get the retaining wall done around their garage because they were afraid that that garage would fail. But I waited about 3 years for them to finally come up with a plan to actually address this issue. The whole time I was taking away the retaining wall. And then finally, in the summer of last year, he had hired Doug Adams, who is a very good landscaper, to bring in more fill and redo their walkway because this is an investment property for them and they have different renters. And so at that point, I mentioned to Doug, well, you might need to get a permit. And he said, I've never needed a permit in Whitefish ever for a retaining wall. And I said, well, we changed the rules a few years ago. Now there's setback and height requirements. Just letting you know you might want to check them. And so I never saw the plans. I didn't know what was being built. I knew what type of stone they were going to use, but that was all. And I had to keep working to take the wall out because I knew that if possible, it was going to be done in the fall. And it was just me taking the wall down. I worked with Mr. Jostrom and his son, who is now running the house, about keeping the boundary very intact so nobody would be harmed and the wall would be easy to work on. There was a time where the Jostroms were very concerned about the stability of their foundation, and so I mentioned to them when the structural engineer was there that I would be removing 2 more feet of fill because when they redid the retaining wall around the garage, they put an underground pipe directly towards my foundation. And so I needed to grade things away from my house so that my foundation wouldn't be harmed. And I think might actually harm this wall too if they don't mitigate that. Their engineer I'm going to read what their engineer wrote in the report, which you guys have. If the retaining wall is removed, it should be replaced with another retaining wall engineered to withstand the load from the soil and other desired uses above the wall. It was not engineered, and even though I know Doug Adams is an excellent landscaper, but I still feel like it should have been engineered if the engineer had said that. The reason I'm in opposition to this variance is because I'm not sure that the city will come back in to give them a building permit. What I've heard is various different things, and I'd like to remind everybody that this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, which means that we're not supposed to be making arbitrary and capricious decisions. It's supposed to be based on facts, and that means what we have written down in our laws or our ordinances. So 11.3-11B, the first thing it says is all retaining walls require a building permit unless clearly a wall is installed for landscaping purposes, which is 2 feet or under. So that is in our code. And also that retaining walls must not exceed 4 feet measured from the adjacent finished grade on downhill side. Even though I had to remove a lot of fill once I discovered that it was back on my property somehow, I think when Doug made the plans for the wall, there was a certain height because he had to put it in the ground and then know how tall it was going to be. So it was always going to be beyond 4 feet tall, because it is beyond 4 feet tall. If they had taken the fill out and done a different plan, they could have maybe gone to 2 feet or less. They cut out part of the driveway, which that's when I called the city because I knew they probably had the right to build right along the wall for the driveway, but it seemed like they were going up instead of parallel, and I wasn't sure if they had a variance for that. And obviously they didn't because here we are. The other thing I'd like to mention is that there is precedent within the city. We have a legal precedent set by the Board of Adjustment to deny WZA to 22-01, a request by Colton Bear for an administrative appeal of the zoning administrator's denial, with the upholding that the retaining walls built within 6 feet of a side or rear property line cannot exceed 2 feet in height. That was on January 4th of 23. That was when we used to have the Board of Adjustment, and so we actually have denied someone a similar case as this. If they had gone through the proper route where they had not just had verbal conversations, which are hard to prove what people actually hear, but we would have had a drainage plan, a landscaping plan, elevation, and also an engineering plan, because that was what their engineering report said. But if you pass this variance, the city doesn't have to do any of that. The building inspector could just say, no, it's fine. We know Doug Adams is a good landscaper, it's fine, there's no problem with it. The reason why I think it's a problem for me personally is that the roof overhangs and the runoff actually hits right on top of the wall. And historically there's been a lot of ice dams that are on that roof as well. So I would like to see a gutter system and heat strips and making sure that nothing is on my side, because now I still have to do quite a bit of grading away from there. I'm going to try to get a privacy fence up. I'm very proud of myself that I know how to take out a retaining wall now, but it's, and I do agree with Doug that he did a very nice job putting the wall in, My concern is not just for me, but there's another property below me, and this whole area completely drains from all the way down Caro Avenue to the river. So we have tons of underground water moving through here. The soils are very unstable. And I just would really like the surety of knowing that the city had inspected it, that we had engineering in place, that there was drainage possibilities for moving the water away from the wall through a gutter system and all that. And if you approve it as it's presented, one of the criteria you have to approve all eight of these is number 6 says granting the variance will not adversely affect the neighboring properties or the public. But you have no way of knowing that from this application, because none of our preliminary work that we normally do for people that go through the process legally was done. And so you can't assure me that the drainage is going to work. You know, anyways, you can tell it's been like a really emotionally exhausting thing. I don't mean to say, I think the Jostroms created a beautiful wall. I think Doug Adams knows what he's doing. It's just the process was not done in a way that protected the public, and I don't think it will be done in the way that will protect the public. And I think it should be denied and then go back through the process of having a building permit applied for and the right way of doing it, instead of just giving them a go-ahead for not doing it correctly. But thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment on this matter? John, go ahead.
John Heberling, 42 Crane Marsh Way, Whitefish. Listening to this, it occurs to me that there should be a clarification. It's either finding 6 or finding 7 that says there's no adverse effect on neighboring properties. It doesn't clarify whether that adverse effect would be in terms of zoning criteria or physical effects. We've heard that you're only really considering adverse effects on zoning criteria, so that should be made clear, and it should be made clear that there's no determination of whether there's an adverse effect physically on the neighbor's property.
Thank you, John. Any further public comment on this? All right, seeing none, we're going to close public comment and we'll turn to our board discussion, and I'll look for a motion first before we discuss.
I have a question. I would like to do a motion for purpose of discussion, but I have a question about that first for staff. Is it within our scope of authority to approve this with a condition that an inspection take place?
Typically variances, because they're to a specific standard, don't really, the only condition that we can place on them is that they record them with the Flathead County, so it goes on the deed of the property that they have the right to, you know, be a certain distance from the property line for their building or whatever. You know, and again, you know, we had our building officials look at it and determine whether or not in walls 4 feet or less, they typically don't require a building permit. You know, in this case, this wall does exceed that, you know, whether, you know, measured on the downhill side, it was because it was excavated or because it was built that way, I don't know. But, you know, I certainly think that the building department would be more than willing to go out and do an inspection on it as is. But, you know, typically we only do that if a permit's required where they have to give us plans and all that stuff. But, and again, we did send building inspectors out to look at it, and they thought it was being built, you know, per the standards, but.
The thing that concerns me is the drip line, right? I mean, that's why we have setbacks, et cetera. And that does seem to me to be a potential risk for undermining the wall over time. And
You know,
so,
yeah, I'm not sure that's a building code standard, you know,
okay.
but, and if that wall is reduced, or for instance, the variance isn't granted, then there's going to be lower, so there's more likely that water's going to flow over the top of that. But
Okay. Well, since I said I would make a motion, I guess I will. Hang on just a second. Where's my?
Or I'll ask anyone for a motion. It does not have to be Scott.
I got it here.
He's got it. Okay, thank you.
I move to approve the retaining wall height and setback variance for a wall as built at 4 feet in height to be located within 0 feet from the south property line WZV 2601, located at 526 Scott Avenue, in accordance with the Whitefish City Code Title 11, Chapter 7, subsection 7, based on the findings of fact presented in the report and subject to the 2 conditions of approval.
Do we have a second on this?
I'll second it.
All right, would you like to speak to your motion?
It just doesn't seem like it's within our authority, no matter which angle we come at it, to deny this. I think it's a little unfortunate because it's so confusing with the out-of-sequence events, the permitting, all of it. I don't think there's a credibility issue with either party. So for me, it just comes down to a question of what can this board do? And based on the answers I heard to my questions, I don't think it's within our purview to be able to deny this permit. I'm not quite sure why that is. I don't know if it should be that way, but it seems clear that that's where we're at.
Mike, any thoughts?
Very briefly. This is clearly a mess, but we have 8 conditions that have to be met. They've been met. This is a zoning variance, not a conditional use permit or some other thing that requires public benefit or fairness. It's a zoning variance, so much of what Scott said I agree with, and that's why I'm voting for it.
Okay, Frank, if you'd like to speak.
I'm going to support this motion. I offer to the parties that it seems to me a very simple way to resolve any disquieting that's going on is if you've got an engineering report, produce it, make sure you complied with it. If you don't have one, get one that you complied with it, and you'll be done. That's just a thought.
Okay. I will, go ahead, Scott.
One final thought. I don't see anything that is preventing the parties from agreeing to an inspection.
Okay, I will not be supporting this motion. To say yes to a variance requires strict compliance. And to me here, we cannot strictly comply with finding 7 or finding 8. We don't know if this is the minimum necessary because we skipped so many steps. And also we don't know, no matter how we're looking at the term hardship or what effects this will have on the neighbor, we simply don't know. And I think that we have enough to know that there is definitely potential negative effects. And so to me, this does not strictly comply with saying granting this will not adversely affect the neighboring properties or the public. A failing retaining wall could definitely adversely affect. Could it have been far enough? Often variances come through and we say, okay, the minimum to make this work would be 2 feet back instead of 6 feet back. We didn't have a chance to do that. So now what we're saying is you can go right up, it was on the neighboring property. She removed it. That's being said, that caused all of this, which that cannot be true, that removing something on your own property after years of talking about how to fix this. So that, I don't think there's any way to say that created all of this. And there's no way for me to say that this is the minimum. Could it have been a foot back, 2 feet back, potentially? We don't have any reporting to let us know that, so I will not support this. I will be not supporting this motion. Any further discussion on this? Are we ready to vote? All right, all in favor of the motion to approve the variance request, raise your hand. Okay, all right, all opposed? Bree, did you get that? All right, thank you very much. All right. And now on to the part of our program where the rest of you are probably here. We are moving on to our public hearing number 2.
I'm so sorry, Whitney. Can you give us a second to make a
Yes.
transfer?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
What are you switching? We have to switch places. Okay. So we'll take just a couple of minutes. Do you need like 5 minutes? Okay. Okay, we'll take 5.5 minutes. Go. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get back to our meeting. If you can all take your seats.
Everybody just ignored you entirely.
I do have a gavel. Judge Judy. I did it. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to get back into meeting mode here. So if you can take your seats and end your side conversations, that would be wonderful. It's good to see all of you also. So we're going to head on to, this is our recommendation item, number 2 on our agenda. And this is our last item on the agenda, but do not be fooled because this one might take a while. So we are going to accept public comment tonight. This is WGPA 26-01, and this is our time to take public comment on the 2045 community plan and the future land use map. I hope that you've all been able to access that through various ways that Alan provides. It's posted in public comment and also through the Engage Whitefish website. We will see if Alan has anything small to say before we jump into public comment. Do you have anything, Alan?
There's always a staff report because it's a public hearing on an amendment to the growth policy, so he's going to present his staff
Wouldn't say
report.
it's small. I mean,
Okay.
it's probably 15 minutes. I mean, just because for the sake of the public, I think we should at least review kind of where we're at. But
That makes sense. All right. I wasn't sure if we wanted to jump straight into public comment or if we're going through it. All right.
entirely up to you. But I do have something kind of an overview of the plan.
Okay. Yeah, that would be helpful. Hopefully
Help
everyone
remind
here
everybody
is.
kind of the disagreements and where we're at and what happened. So.
All right. Sounds good. I'll turn it over to you, Alan.
All right.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Alan T. from Bach Long Range Planner, and here we are 3 years later. So it's been a haul. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to do what I can to keep this really high level, but I am going to try to touch on sort of everything I think that the commission and the public needs to know. So for those that maybe haven't been here, growth policy, it's an official document used by Montana cities and towns. There's a new state legislature that says what it needs to be. It's called the Montana Land Use Planning Act. We hear people saying MLUPA. That's what that is. Very specific requirements. A growth policy is not a regulation. It's our official policy direction of the city. It's the blueprint of how the city will grow, what the city's priorities are, what is meaningful to the city. And it's what drives our capital improvements programs, our financing, our subdivision, our zoning regulations. A growth policy is a Montana term, and now the state of Montana calls it a land use plan. But most states, most cities call it a community plan or a master plan. In this case, we're calling it a community plan because it really is more than just a land use plan. It deals with a lot more than just land use. So we're calling it Vision Whitefish 2045 Community Plan. So the public process, 2 years ago we had a kickoff meeting. We sent out 10,000 postcards and we put mailings in every utility bill. We did extensive outreach. We had a kickoff meeting where we talked about what we were going to do with the process. We introduced people to the Engage Whitefish website. We let the public know that was going to be our primary mechanism for communications, which is what it's been. Since that time, we have posted every content that's happening, every draft, maybe almost to a fault. We've put too much information up there, so there's a lot there. We have, over the last few years, sent out 45 newsletter alerts to more than 600 people. We've had 6 visioning sessions, 3 town hall land use workshops, 30 planning commission work sessions, 5 city council work sessions, 3 dedicated community housing committee work sessions, 2 climate action committee work sessions. We've had direct involvement with Whitefish High School. I think one of them I just saw floating around in here somewhere that's now a liaison from the high school. We've released press releases, and we've had approximately 900 pages of public comment. So the way the plan is set up, because we started out with hoping it was going to be simplified, and it became the opposite. So what we have roughly is going to be a 300-page document. And to make it simple, what we're going to have is we're going to have the community plan as the first section, and that's the simple background, the goals and the objectives, introductory. That's going to be kind of the user guide, use every day. Then the second part of it will be the resource document, and that's all that background data. And the way that it worked is we did all of our research, we did the background data, and then the background data is what drove the formation of the goals and objectives. So that's the way the plan is set up. The first half is the community plan, first 100 pages. The second 200 pages or so is actually all the resources, and it'll probably be separated into 2 different documents. First part of it's the framework and the setting. It shows where Whitefish is and our relationship with the plan, how it works, talks about the state law, where the planning boundary is, what's the overall layout of the city, how it's organized. So it's just kind of introducing you to the plan. Early on in this process, I'm sorry, the times and the months now escape me because it's all blending together, but we did the visioning sessions. And one of the visioning sessions that we did, we asked people questions like, what do you think of Whitefish? How would you describe Whitefish to somebody? What do you think is missing? How would you like Whitefish to look in 20 years? And we recorded all that information, and we took that to create our vision statement. And this vision statement is what is the framework of the plan. There's 6 required elements under the MLUPA, the Montana Land Use Planning Act. And so the way that we set up the vision statement is that there's an overall vision statement, and then there's themes that correlate to each of the required plan elements. And so that's what we did here, is we took the information everybody gave us, we took the existing vision statement from the 2007 adopted growth policy. That's the last time we've done a comprehensive update of the growth policy. And we put together this vision statement. And this is what we came up with. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but the top is the general vision statement, and then each of those bullet points underneath there are the theme statements relating to land use, housing, transportation, economic development, environment, natural resources, and hazards, and public facilities. If you'll see, that's the way the plan is set up. Each of those plan elements correlates to that. So that served as the framework to the plan. The Planning Commission, I saw this at least 2 times. I think maybe they've actually had 3 work sessions on this. Though each of those vision themes actually has a longer theme statement, and those theme statements have been developed as we've gone through each plan element. So if you look at the plan, if you've seen the written copy, it has that theme, and then you'll see underneath it in large italicized letters is kind of that theme statement of what we're saying, what the city's position is in regard to housing, what the city's vision is in regard to transportation. So that's the general framework and the way this plan is set up. I'm just kind of, I know you won't be able to read this, but that's the vision statement on the right. It's the general statement, the theme statements, or the themes, and then the theme statements below that. One of the things that we are required to do under the Montana Land Use Planning Act, and it's a pretty important distinction, is that they require us to make population projections. And what they do is they say that we have to use demographics provided by the U.S. Census, and they say we have 3 ways that we can do these population projections. We can either use the ones that were provided by the Department of Commerce, we can generate them ourselves, or we can hire a firm that specializes in projections. And we did basically 2.5 of it. We did use projections provided us by the Department of Commerce. We looked at our own projections and what the recent what the historic population growth is and what we thought. And we also had an economic development consultant, a housing consultant, and a land use consultant that all looked at these population projections and also used those and agreed that these were all relatively rational assumptions. So like I said, we used 3 different models, or 2.5. The other thing we did is the state in the census only gives you full-time population, but the Montana Land Use Plan, MLUPA, tells us we have to project for full-time and seasonal population. Our historic seasonal population used to be about 30%. That's reduced over the years lately just because houses are in such big demand in Whitefish, and especially since the COVID, it's dropped down to somewhere between 19 and 23%. But early on, we talked to the Planning Commission. There was a lot of discussion about whether we wanted our numbers to be too low or too high. We were directed to use 30%. And I say that because we took these full-time population projections that we got from the state and that we put together, and then we added 30% on top of that, and we came up with two ranges, basically, because it's statistics. So instead of saying you're going to have exactly this many numbers, we came up with about, if you're working on a low growth or like a less than 1%, it came up to be about 2,600 people over the next 20 years. And if you go to the highest growth curve, then it comes up to just a little less than 5. So we just went with the general 3,000 to 5,000. And that works really good because as the population projections have changed, we keep getting numbers, different numbers from the state. Every time we plug them in, it still comes within that range of 3,000 to 5,000. So 3,000 is low, 5,000 is high. Unless you go really low or really high, that has captured pretty much all the scenarios with the fluctuations. I think it's important to mention that if you look at what the population actually has occurred between 2000 and 2020, we were roughly 5,000 something in 2000, and then we were 9,000 something or 8,000 in 2020, and that number came up to be about 50%. And so if you look at our numbers, the population of 5,000, if you went all the way up, that's about a 50% increase of population over 20 years, which almost exactly matches with the increase in population between 2000 and 2020. We didn't include 2001 or after 2020 because COVID really just made things really crazy. It was fast for a couple of years. Now our population growth is starting to slow down. The last couple of years, it's been about 1%. It's important when I have this in yellow to let you know that there is disagreement, right? So this is, and one of the things I'm going to point out as I do this presentation are what the points of disagreement are. So there's disagreement, and it's not really so much with staff, but there's just been general disagreement with whether the numbers are too low or whether the numbers are too high. Staff believes that the numbers are just right. Our growth rate has been roughly about 1.5%, maybe a little bit higher depending on the seasons, but 1.5 to 1.75% is kind of our historic growth rate. If you add that 30% on top, that actually makes a growth rate of about 2.6 to 3.3 over 20 years. And to put that into context, the city of Kalispell is using a 2.5% growth rate. I don't know if they're calculating their seasonal. I don't have that. I just know that they're using a 2.5. Okay, so each of the plan elements. Each of these plan elements correlate with what MLUPA requires. And the first one is housing. So as part of this, staff, we've done 5 different housing needs assessment, and we just finished another one this summer. That housing need assessment told us that we need 2,071 units over 20 years, and the way that to look at it is they're saying that roughly more of them are going to be built over 10 years than the next 10 years, just because of the prices of land, prices of construction. This 2,071, this number actually came from the state. The state told few different reasons. If you use our population projections or you look at what the state gives us, they both roughly come out to be about 7,700 units are what is anticipated that we need by 2045. Right now, I know we have 5,700 housing units, so you see, if you subtract 5,700 from 7,700, whatever that number is, we get 2,071. So that's how we got that number. Those are really just used as a benchmark, and I don't want to get too caught up in those numbers. It's just kind of what it comes up to be is about 100 to 150 units being built a year. The housing element includes a full inventory and maps indicating the types of distribution and the housing types in the city, as well as the housing types allowed by zoning. It has goals and objectives, and that's really what the housing element centers on, and these goals and objectives are really trying to make it easier for people to build housing in the city. The city doesn't build housing, but there's a lot of things that we can do with financing, with relaxing zoning, with where we target our infrastructure. So there's a lot of different things that we can do to try to encourage more housing to get built. But at the end of the day, except for like the housing, the Whitefish Housing Authority and some of those nonprofits, we don't build housing. The MLUPA requires 14, it says that there gives you 14 housing strategies. It tells us that we have to meet 5 of them. We're already meeting 6 of them. When staff wrote this draft, and this was a contribution of everybody on staff, after we were done, we brought this to the Whitefish Housing Committee, and the Whitefish Housing Committee worked on this over a period of 3 different work sessions, and they came up with a version that staff was agreeable to. We were all sort of in consensus about this, and then this went to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission discussed this over 2 work sessions and overall had very few comments added to it. But there is still general disagreement, just like the populations, whether the number of housing units is too low or too high or just right. And from staff side, the number of housing units that we have projected and the ones that studies have jive exactly with what the state and what our population projections say we should have. If you want to go higher, that's your purview. I guess I would argue it's probably easier to go higher, but if we want to project lower population or lower housing than the state assumes we have, then I think we're going to have to be able to prove why those numbers are what they are, because it's a lot harder to defend a low number than it is a high number. Okay, transportation. So we've had numerous different transportation plans done. I think 9 was the number that I came up with. And we've also had several trails plans that were done. The transportation element is not intended to duplicate the information and work programs or the policies already established. But what it does do is it presents a snapshot of all of these plans, the existing transportation system. It looks at all of our existing issues and the comments that we had during the visioning sessions, and it pulls out all together into one document. Because we've got transportation plans that are only a couple of years old. We have a trails plan, a Safe Streets for All plan that was just done not even a few months ago. So we didn't want to reinvent all the work that's already done, but there's a lot of different plans out there that people didn't know about, even including me. So we pulled it all together, we put it all in one place, we kind of had an overall, we looked at what the overall strategies of these plans were, and then we kind of made overall goals and objectives, and we took maps and put maps together that included all of the information from all the plans. The one thing that's a little different here is that the transportation, during visiting sessions, the top responses that the citizens told us is that what they saw in 20 years was that Whitefish should be multimodal, meaning that you should be able to walk, you shouldn't have to drive a car. It was important enough that we decided that we didn't want bike paths, pathways, trails to be separate and considered an amenity. We wanted them to be considered just as an important part of the transportation network as motorized vehicles. And I say that because we don't treat them differently in this transportation element. This transportation element has 5 different components. It has the motorized, it has the active, which is walking, it has rail, air, and transit. So those 5 are all equal transportation modes. Am I going too fast? Okay. I know I talk fast, but I'm trying to cover a lot quickly. Okay, so here, these 2 maps are a compilation of all the transportation plans. So that's one of the things I wanted to do. So the map, you see the road classifications map, and I know you probably can't really see it. Nothing is new on here. Well, actually there is, and I'll talk about that in a minute. There's only one thing that's new on here. Everything else is a long existing transportation improvement, some of them going back into the 90s, but I went through all these plans and just put them on one map. Same thing with the active transportation network. There aren't any new trails shown on there. These are all coming from all of the maps compiled together. The difference is there's little circles, which I don't expect you to see on here, but we recently completed the Safe Streets for All plan, and I wanted the viewers that are looking at this map to know that there are certain intersections where there's additional improvements that are being recommended for walkability. So if there was, I put a little circle on there. It was too busy trying to put what the actual improvement was. So instead I just put a little circle. And if you look at that map and you see that circle on the legend, it tells you to look at the Safe Streets for All plan, and you know a crosswalk or a sign or a flashing beacon or something like that is recommended for that intersection. That was the point of that. I'm just trying to have everybody look at these maps and very quickly go, oh, that's what's going on in my neighborhood or down the street. The one thing that was an issue of contention is what you see, and what you probably can't see, in these little purple segments, and these are new road extensions that are future road extensions that have existed for years. But when people looked at these compiled maps, they thought that these were new road extensions that were being proposed that have long been planned, and some are already funded and or maybe even under construction. So there was a lot of confusion about that, thinking that we were proposing new road connections when we weren't. So here's the issues that were remaining from transportation. And there's been lots of discussion, but I'm just talking about outstanding things. First thing is it was a huge amount of public comment regarding Columbia Avenue. Columbia Avenue, there was a part of it that was to the north of 7th and south of 2nd. In between that was shown as a collector, and there was a lot of concern because it showed a connection to it, which again is a long-standing connection. And there was a lot of confusion where I don't know where it came from, that there was this idea that we were going to be taking all the parking off of Columbia, and I don't know where that came from, but we were never planning on doing that. But due to the public comment, one of the things that we did is we revised the transportation map to show that Columbia is going to be a local street. It's going to remain a local street. from 7th Street to 2nd. So it's not going to be built to collector standards. It's going to stay local standards. During the planning commission meetings, there was a couple of different red marks that staff had concerns with. The first one was that there was 3 paragraphs of language added talking about Wisconsin and it being widened to 95 feet. Staff had concerns with that 95 feet language because we don't know if that's really what that template is going to require without actually doing the design. That was red marked into the plans without us really knowing 95 feet is an actual number. The second thing, and you're going to hear this theme coming back over and over again, is that anything mentioning mixed use was stricken from the transportation plan. Staff's opinion has been that a good land use plan, it also includes transportation, and that means walkability and being able to get goods and services and not being have to drive, and having areas that you can get goods and daily services on the other side of town. So that's been a continual area of disagreement. Okay, environment, natural resources, and hazards. That's what ENRS. I couldn't fit it all in there. Environment, natural resources, and hazards. Here's the topics that are addressed in this very detailed plan, section. This is the second most comprehensive plan element. The first is land use. This one's roughly 44 pages. It goes through everything that we can think about with the environment, natural resources, and hazards, dealing with all these things. We worked on this. We started in December working on this section, and we were still working on this section and finished it in August. So that's virtually, there was only one meeting in between there that we weren't talking about environment, natural resources, or hazards. So 6 work sessions. Water quality was the topic of the most discussion. There was a few red marks that were added that we still have concerns with. The first one was that there were several red marks, and you can see those still in your packets. And by the way, let me back up. The draft that was released to the public, all of the red marks in that draft is exactly the way that the Planning Commission made them, so we didn't touch them. There's also highlighted yellow in there. The highlighted yellow is things where staff added language, either because we had to tie things together or to make sense. So we didn't really change any content, but there was areas we had to add language. So that's, if you looked at the draft, that's what you saw. Red is stuff you already made the changes, yellow is stuff we actually had to add. So the red marks that we still had concerns with was there's several requirements for different studies and reports that staff doesn't either have the capacity or the jurisdiction to do, like monitoring 303 compliance and putting together different quality reports. We don't have anybody on staff to do that. There was an objective requiring the Community Wildfire Protection Plan to be completed within 6 months of this plan being adopted, and we certainly believe that that's a high priority, but realistically, it's not going to get, I'm not sure if we've started on the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and we're adopting the plan now, so I don't think it's going to be done in 6 months. There was an objective discussing design and feasibility study for Big Mountain alternative access, and it talked about designing it. I might defer to Craig for more details about that, but we don't have jurisdiction over that road. That's quite an extensive study that would require a lot of engineering. Is there anything I'm missing on that, Craig?
Nope, I think you hit the highlights.
Okay. And then the last one is that there was an objective added that there should be a moratorium added on any new subdivision approvals on the northeast section of the planning area, so other side of the viaduct, if a secondary access from Big Mountain isn't established within 5 years. And we have, we warned about legal issues with that, and I'm looking to Angie, but generally moratoriums are enacted for an extreme public health and safety issue. They're usually only enacted for a year, and it's like, for instance, enacted when I worked in Colorado. The voters in Colorado legalized marijuana, and none of the cities had regulations for marijuana, so many cities enacted a moratorium so that they could write zoning to address that issue. I don't know if there's anything, Angie, you want to add about that, but you can't just add a moratorium with impunity. There actually has to be a public health and safety only for a year, and that you have to be solving that somehow. Did I miss anything, Angie? So we warned that could get us in legal trouble, but it stayed. Okay, economic development. This is probably the plan element of the most contention. In September, the MLUPA has a very complicated requirements for what's required for an economic development element, way beyond our capacity here. So we hired a firm, GSBS Consulting, to provide background data for us. we use that as the framework of our plan. We use a lot of other things too. We use previous growth policies. We've done a few other financial or economic development plans. We've looked at visioning. The GSBS had numerous one-on-one meetings. They reached out to 30 different stakeholders, and then they talked to 19 directly. They had meetings. They had, I think, 2 different meetings with stakeholders, and then we had public meetings with the Planning Commission. And there's certain findings that were reported by GSBS. The first one was that the majority of the economy is tourism-based, that 76% of the people who work for Whitefish businesses do not live here. You know, I've heard it anywhere from 60 to 76. I don't know what number is right. Just, we know that the majority of people that work for cities in Whitefish do not live in Whitefish. That there's a need to diversify the economy. Many of the participants, either in visioning sessions or over the town hall sessions or online, or in the stakeholder interviews, said that they'd like to see more goods and services available for the locals within the city of Whitefish. The city should review whether our zoning is too strict. It doesn't allow these types of goods and services. That there should be some kind of limit on the types of businesses in the downtown, meaning like, could there be a limit on too many of one type of store to try to open up other kinds of competition? And then there was some requirements about looking at additional parking management strategies. One of them was paid parking, and that's to provide more customer turnover, revenue, fund transit downtown. So these were the findings that came from the GSBS report. When we went to the Planning Commission, there was certain red marks that were made that staff still does not agree with. These are ultimately either going to be decided by the Planning Commission or decided by the City Council, but I'm pointing out to you what these areas of disagreement were. The first one was that there was language added to the vision statement regarding moderate economic growth. Nowhere in our growth policy in the community plan, anywhere is the term rapid or moderate or slow growth used except for that. And the economic development study was element is really to try to get the right kinds of businesses and the right kind of zoning. It really wasn't trying to talk about any growth scenarios. Any objectives regarding locally needed available goods and services or mention of that have been stricken. All objectives and discussions regarding reviewing or revising zoning to consider mixed use, commercial, or available goods and services have been removed. Any discussions regarding paid parking have been removed. There's been approximately 2 pages of narrative regarding the benefits of tourism, and we don't particularly disagree with what the content. The question is, and again, this is a policy question, is that we wrote this to be very neutral. So the way that it reads now is not neutral. And if that's acceptable to the Planning Commission and to the Council, then that's fine, because it's a very heavily weighted towards tourism being positive element, which again, we don't really have an opinion on that. It just does lean it to a different direction. Any discussions regarding paid parking have been removed. There were several paragraphs added about the impacts of short-term rentals on the economy, although in the economic development discussions, short-term rentals were not mentioned as one of the major factors. Now, granted, you could say it is for housing, you could say it had an impact on the hospitality industry, but with all the visiting that we did and the stakeholders that we talked to, the majority of them did not talk about short-term rentals being one of the major issues. There was removal of language discussing the loss of locally serving businesses, and there was a new paragraph adding, instead talking about the kinds of businesses that do exist in Whitefish. And then there was a deletion with the economic development element. It originally had all the findings of the study listed, and several of the findings, lack of affordable rents for locals, hyper-specific zoning, and parking recommendations, those findings were stricken from the economic development study. So far, so good?
Can I ask you, Alan, are these posted anywhere, or can we access them?
Is what posted?
This presentation?
The PowerPoint?
Yes.
No, but it will be. I mean, I haven't posted it but sure, I can put it up there tomorrow.
I'm writing, but I'd like to.
Yeah, sure. I can post it tomorrow, I'll post it on the Vision My Fish site. All right, public facility, and I'm almost hanging there, gang, almost done. Public facilities. So this section or element is more geared towards existing and future capacities. That's what this is. What do we need for 20 years? I'm going to generalize. It's not everything that's in there, but I'm going to touch on the bigger stuff. So here's the different things that this plan talks about. All the different cities, city administration, public works, water and sewer, stormwater. I shouldn't have pending. That's done. EMS, fire, police, courts, parks and rec, other public and civic facilities, financing for public facilities, and then goals and objectives. So here's really just kind of the brunt of this, and there's numerous maps that comes along with, and again, these are the biggies. Public Works will need, over 20 years, if we were to grow by 3,000 to 5,000, Public Works will need an environmental analysis and a facilities plan for their shop site, because their shop site's on a formal landfill, but they don't know what the extent of that is. And for future improvements, they need to know exactly what is directly under them. And they also want to have a facilities plan, because they do plan for expansions. When the population increases to more than 10,000 people, the city is subject to, and I forgot what this stands for, a municipal. Right, say that 10 times. Basically, that's a stormwater permit that's required by the federal government. And so when we reach 10,000, we're required to do that, and that's going to require additional staff. It actually will require a new stormwater utility being set up, and there'll be a lot of coordination. So it'll be a lot of work, and we're really close. We're at 9,200 now, so I would say before the next census, we're going to be hitting 10,000. There'll be a new water facility or water tank or a water tower that will be required. That's in the process now. I don't think they've broken ground on it yet, but I think it's still in design, and that would be going at the Public Works yard, if you know where that is. A recommendation of our water and wastewater, or water plan, our master plan, we had those updated as part of this, is that we start looking for other groundwater sources for additional supply as climate change becomes more and more of an issue between fire and drought. We're going to have to start looking for other sources that aren't polluted by slurry, fire, ash, et cetera, or just dried up. So eventually groundwater probably will become more of a need over the future. The wastewater system needs pump improvements. Many of them are already in the process. Some of the mains need to be upsized. There's clay pipes that need to be replaced. There's 5 of the lift stations need to be replaced, and the River Lakes lift station on the south side of town is the most critical lift station to need to be upgraded. I think they're already maybe in the design phase and have already got the funding, or at least working on the funding. So that's going to happen soon. Again, we're talking over 20 years. These are the improvements that need to happen. A fire department needs a new station north of the viaduct. I believe that there is financing in place. I don't know if we have the land yet, but I think we have the financing planned. Parks and Rec are going to need to update their master plan. This is quite old. There was a recommendation, it was a great recommendation, and they agreed for a creation of an open space designation and acquisition strategy plan. This was recommended under an older growth policy. Someone suggested it, we agreed. And they're also looking at having a new rec center and a second maintenance shop on the north side of town. So again, these are, if we grew 3,000 to 5,000, these are the main things that all the city different departments need to have. Our cemetery is full. I don't think we can stack, so I think we're going to have to start finding some more land. So that's something we're definitely looking at. I don't think you can do mixed use in the cemetery. The library is looking to expand. There is some city-owned, or there is some land owned by the city behind the library that's possible, but again, the library needs to do some expansion. The WAVE is working on a capital improvements plan now for any future facilities improvements, and the ice den needs a new roof. All right, last one, land use. Now, this is still kind of in the process. We've just been involved with this one, and there's still some slight revisions going on. So all I'm going to do is, there is a lot here. This is a 67-page document. I'm basically just going to touch on what it does, and right now what the issues discussed have been. Okay, so due to the complexity and the amount of work required, we hired a land use consultant to help us with this, CZP LLC. They held 3 open houses specific for land use, and those open houses approximated 250 people. They also had online surveys, and we got approximately 300 responses to that. So 550 people basically responded to this. There was 4 key themes they found: walkable, compact development, preservation of neighborhood character, housing affordability and work housing, and infrastructure, transportation, and environmental limits matter. So those were the 4 themes. I think really there's goals and objectives. I'm not going through them here. That kind of talks about how land use should occur, but I think the bigger issue, or the bigger discussion right now, are these place types. And this is kind of a different thing. Right now we have a future land use map, and older plans usually talk about future land use maps, so residential at this density, commercial, those types. Most cities are getting away from purely use-based land use maps and are starting to look at maps that are a little more form-based. We're calling them a place type. And what that means is it's not just like the density or the setbacks, it's talking about the character, the form, and the function of an area. I'll show you in a minute. And so again, it's not a zoning map. The zoning map is the regulatory way to implement the place type map. The place type map is more similar to the land use map, and then it's a very broad category of this area of town is supposed to look like this, and there could be 4 or 5 different zoning districts that fit into that same place type. Here, I know you can't see them, I apologize. Here is place type description. So for instance, they're showing the heritage urban neighborhood, and there's a little description of what that means. That features small lots, modest single-family homes, often with front porches, shallow setbacks, alley access, parking on the streets, high connectivity, direct links, defining categories. It's single family or duplexes. It has lot sizes and lot widths, so it kind of paints a picture, and then it actually has pictures shown on it of the kind of houses or the kind of development that is in that place type. And then based on that place type, eventually zoning will be written, and the zoning fits that place type. But again, you could have multiple zones in the same place type. Does that make sense? I know it's a different way of thinking, but think about it as taking a slice of an area and describing that slice, and it's not just the use. It's the way the buildings meet the street, it's the way the parking occurs, it's the way the architecture looks. That's a place type. Good? With that, they've created a future place type map. And I think I've already kind of spelled this out about how the city should function and feel, where the growth, where the reinvestment, where the conservation happens, how the zoning gets written. I'm almost done, Madam Chair. Okay, so here's sort of the outstanding big concerns right now. These are not all of them, okay? I've got 200 plus pages of public comment, but these are kind of the biggies that were discussed. The first one is the area just to the south of downtown. So west of, and I'm generalizing, west of Spokane, south of East 3rd. There was originally a place type saying this was a heritage urban neighborhood. When we had the open houses, that's what it was called. And after that, we realized that the zoning in the avenues was R2. That allows single-family residential and duplex. However, the zoning in this area that I'm talking about is actually R4, which is the highest residential density. And the downtown master plan for that area also recommended multifamily. So we were looking to saying, well, for this community plan, should we have a place type that matches the entitlements and what's already designated there? Or do we want to recommend a lower density? So we went with a place type that was kind of in between. Rather than having the existing zoning allows 16 units per lot, and I think the place type originally was called urban downtown neighborhood, recommended I think 8 dwelling units per acre. There was a lot of community concern. We got tons of feedback on both sides about it. At the most recent planning commission meeting, that I can't even remember now it was because they're all blended together. Was it Monday? I think it was Monday. There was direction from the planning commission to bring it back to heritage urban neighborhood, to keep it all the same area, and then to just have a different description for that particular area. So the new language says that west of Spokane now functions as a downtown edge condition characterized by a mix of zoning allowances, including professional offices, professional services, triplex, and fourplex, and then Mountain View Manor is called out as kind of its own little anomaly, is called out differently. I'm going to kind of circle back to this in a minute. The other significant area of disagreement is particularly around what is called Land Use Area B, and that's in the area of the Park Knoll, and you can see that blue. Well, no, you can't. But if you could, it's the southernmost one there. That's recommended for mixed neighborhood. That place type allows single-family, duplex, small multifamily, and neighborhood commercial. There was a lot of concerns, particularly about the commercial uses being all over the place type. They added some language, because that's not what they intended. They added some language that any mixed use or commercial areas would be directly located along 93 or on Baker Avenue. Right now, in the same place type, there is already an auto dealer and a church. So, you know, the intent is, well, is the auto dealer and the church going to continue for the 20 years? We don't know. But if it does it, that's a more ideal place for commercial uses. There's been a lot of concern about a particular wetland running across that area. We have many, many regulations that address wetlands. Even if the city attempted to develop in a wetland, we would have to go through the federal government. So there's no intent at all to develop in a wetland. And the last one, this is a relatively one I've been getting a lot of emails about this one, and I'm just kind of saying the general statement. Areas within 1 mile radius of downtown should be upzoned. And we are not disagreeing with this statement. I think it's important to note that what this would mean, first of all, is that this would support a higher density place type in the area of West Spokane, the area I just talked about. That area right now is, again, zoned for the highest residential zoning district that we have. So that would be contrary to this statement, is because there's a look at maybe reducing that density. At least that's been the discussion. I think the other thing is that if we went with this areas within 1 mile radius of the downtown should be upzoned, that's also looking at whether or not we want to upzone some or all of the avenues. The avenues, or whatever we want to call it, the historic residential, there's not even agreement on the name of the neighborhood. The avenues, single-family residential zoned R2 allows duplexes, but that also would say if we were to take that areas within 1 mile radius of downtown should be upzoned, that would also mean we would be looking, or there would be consideration to upzone that area to allow maybe 4 plexes. As I said, at the recent direction of the PC, the police type in this area it matches what is there now on the east side of Spokane, and the place type is slightly less than the zoning and the downtown plan recommends on the west. So, you know, if it's in the commission's purview or the council's purview to increase the density within 1 mile of the downtown, certainly you could make that as a good planning principle. But I'm going to let that decision be made by the decision makers. Okay, so the last one, and this has been a continuous discussion throughout this process, is disagreement regarding any other type of commercial use, particularly mixed use, occurring outside of the downtown. We received a lot of public comment. You've seen a lot of people come and say on both sides of this, right? Some people are saying they don't want to see any. We're getting tons of people saying they'd like to have a coffee shop or a bagel shop on the south side of town, or a bike shop or whatever. Staff has received a lot of information about this. We've also received a lot of information from Crandall Arambula, who was hired by Heart of Whitefish, that is demonstrating why commercial or mixed-use development outside of the downtown doesn't work, or it won't work financially. As far as we go on that, you can read the reports, and I'm out at that point. With that, I'm done with my presentation.
Yay, Ellen. Thank you. I can't believe I didn't even know you were going to do that. Thank you.
That's the first time anybody's clapped for me in 2 years.
Let's clap again then. That's really sad. And we got a mixed-use cemetery joke in there, so whoever thought that could happen. All right, well, thank you, Alan. And I suppose we should entertain questions from staff of Alan now before we open public comment of that specifically. Does anybody have questions for Alan or staff related to this whole plan?
You know, I do, but
Go
I
ahead.
think I'll reserve them.
Okay.
It's for the sake of efficiency.
Wait, hold on a second. What's that?
I guess I have one question.
Okay.
Oh, yes, sorry. I should have gave you a recommendation, but I didn't. But what was the question?
Alan, specifically, the motion on the moratorium on new subdivisions, if we don't have a plan for alternative egress, that was my motion. It was the only change that I recommended to this plan, because I think my role here is as fact finder and not as advocate, but I felt strongly enough about this one to try and work out the language on the fly during that meeting with staff's help. Dave was helpful. And what I remember is, and I don't know if it kind of got written in this way or not, but it was subject to that 1-year requirement, a moratorium. I mean, if that's the basis for staff's objection to it, that it might not be legal, it was clearly my intention that that it be drafted in such a way that we recognize that it's a 1-year temporary solution. That and so that was the intent of my, and maybe we just didn't get there with the language. But I just want to be clear that I wasn't proposing that this plan require the city to do anything illegal or, you know, to run afoul of the statutes. So clearly within the scope, and it's very strict, right? It's got to be an emergency. I mean, I think wildfires counts as a risk, but I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Scott. Alan, do you have a recommendation you said for us?
Oh, I was just saying, staff recommends that the planning commission discuss and make their changes and make a recommendation to the council. I should have said that at the end.
Okay, thank you. We shall.
Alan, there was no mention made of the AMLUPA mandate of height of 60 feet for buildings. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. Again, I mean, there's just so much. I just knew there was only a limited amount of time. And that's an important element, right? So the state of Montana, the legislature a year ago, added a mandate that cities that are subject to MLUPA have to allow 60-foot high buildings in any downtown, heavy commercial, and industrial area. And that's been a challenge for us as we've been working through this land use draft, trying to figure out how that works in our downtown. We originally were trying to see if we could break it into different areas to allow housing or building types that are more appropriate. We later determined it wouldn't be legal. I guess the positive of it is that it's been since read that only applies, that 60-foot height only applies to full-time residential. So it doesn't apply to short-term rentals or to commercial. So if you wanted to you couldn't do a 60-foot high short-term rental, you would have to be limited to below 3 stories, correct? I don't know if anybody wants to add anything.
Yeah, I can just, I don't know if my mic's on, maybe it is. So the 60-foot requirement is for mixed-use buildings where commercial is 50%, is less than 50%, and then, or multifamily residential. And I think we were looking at limiting short-term rentals to the 3 stories, 35 feet that we do currently, and then we would require that they be long-term residential units above. And that gets more to the zoning aspect though. So this is, and you'll see that in the land use plan on the recommendations for short-term rentals not to be expanded.
Further questions for staff before we open public comment? Scott, go
Well,
ahead.
maybe just one question. Is there any land available currently for an erection of a 60-foot tall structure here in Whitefish?
Well, there's certainly where the food court is.
It'd have to be either redevelopment or on a new site. You know, there are some older buildings downtown that someone could redevelop or remodel an existing building to add floors. But, you know, there's a significant cost to go high. You have to put elevators in, and there's different fire requirements and things like that. So it's not always a slam dunk that people are going to build that high.
Scott.
I have one more question I think probably is appropriate here. We recognize that the planning and zoning administrator is the staff person where the buck stops, right? That all of this stuff ultimately comes through under his authority and supervision. So my question is, we're here tonight on the one and only final public hearing on the entire plan, and we haven't even finished the land use component yet. And I've been wondering why, and I have a question. Why is it that the decision was made early on to do housing and land use last instead of first? Because right now what we're looking at is a cram down of almost impossible magnitude. And it seems to me that that has been something that all through this whole process has adversely affected it. So that's my question. Dave, to Dave.
So, I mean, the land use is the most critical aspect of things, which is why we started this process 3 years ago, to try to get through all the different elements. But they all dictate the land use. You have to go through the environment and the hazards, the transportation, where the public facilities are, to know where the different aspects of the community are, where we can grow, where we can, maybe change densities or commercial uses and all those things. And so you couldn't really work on that part of things without having the whole picture of all the stuff that we've researched. The economic development chapter, all the other chapters all play into the land use chapter. And so it's just something that we couldn't put together first until we had all the information. And that's why it was last. And we were hoping to get to this at the beginning of this summer, but it took a lot longer on some of the other chapters than we had anticipated.
I do want to clarify for the record, this is not the last public hearing for this plan. It will be going before council
I stand
in
corrected.
March. So just to be clear for
Certainly.
the public.
Last public hearing for this commission. I guess I would strongly disagree with that's the way we had to do it. I think there was, what it did was deprive us of the entire period of time where the public would have a chance to, look at that and then put it in the context of these other things. And as a result, all of the
Madam
public
Chair, point
discussion.
of order. Commissioner, I believe that this discussion is not about the plan that we're dealing with tonight. We are where we are. I'm upset that we're at this point. We're not helping the process. And it's not germane to the plan as presented to us at tonight that we're going to have to be working on. I appreciate your concern, Scott, I really do, but I think we've got to move on.
I understand and I agree. So I've posed the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Any response on that before we move on? All right. Thank you all. Anything else from the commission? I almost called us a board again, the commission. All right, so at this point, we will move on to discussing the growth policy in totality. So that means public comment. We're going to limit, I just counted how many of you are here, and there are a lot of you who probably have a lot to say. So we're going to limit to 3 minutes per person. If for some reason there only happen to be about 10 people who want to speak and we roll through that in 20, 30 minutes, then, that's wonderful. But then if there's something else that somebody really needs to say, we can do that, because it's not a crazy number of you here. And I know that the ones of you who are here have been here through the 30-plus meetings that we've had prior. So, Scott just reminded us, this is our last true public hearing with us, and then you can go on to the city council, continue to submit written comments. So, don't think that this is it. And we will take public comment tonight, and then likely, just so you know our plan, we will head into discussion of land use. We have wrapped up the land use public comment, but that doesn't mean that now you can't tell us more about land use that you would like us to know, because this is a total plan public comment. So anything you'd like to say, do it in about 3 minutes, and then we'll see where we are once everyone has spoken, and we'll likely move on to our discussion of land use. We made it through the first 2 goals and objectives last time, and We would like to wrap up that completely. You know, we have a lot of big things such as place types, 60-foot buildings looming tonight. So we have to make it through as much as we can, and then we'll meet again on Monday here, same time, same place, maybe in there, maybe a different place, or will we stay here? You can find us if you come here, the Great Northern. So we'll go ahead and open public comment on this. If you go longer than 3.5 minutes, I will probably raise my hand. So state your name, your address, and let us know your thoughts on any section of the growth policy. And it's helpful if you can reference a specific place, but I know you're limited in time, so if you just give general comments, that's great too. All right, go ahead.
We're ready.
Yes.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Leonette Galaz. I live at 121 Mill Avenue, apartment B, here in Whitefish. Thank you to everybody for all your time and dedication, and as well as to the city staff who's been working really hard on all this as well. I'm a mom. Let's see, I'm a friend. I'm a community organizer. I'm a karaoke queen. And as of recently, I'm now a human rights advocate, which I didn't really plan on being, but here I am. Anyways, point being, I think I belong here. I think you want me in this community. The only way that I can stay in this community is if there's affordable housing in this community. One of the best ways to get affordable housing is to increase the types of housing that's available within your community. When I first lived here as a single mom, I lived in Big Mountain Apartments. That was affordable housing, the most affordable housing I could find. It still is, but I've since moved to a triplex over by the school, and that's a great place for me to live right now. It's very expensive, but it's more doable than just not living here, which is the other option. If it wasn't for that expensive triplex, I wouldn't be able to live in this town with my kids. So let's dig into the nitty-gritty. When I lived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, another very expensive place to live, I lived in a duplex. It was a home. It was just big. And on the bottom was an apartment, and in the top 2 floors was another apartment where the landlord lived. And that worked. And that can work here, but only if we increase more housing types within, so like that recommendation to change in the land use plan, more housing types like triplexes, quadplexes, townhomes, within that 1 mile radius of the downtown area. The reason it should be close to the downtown area is for all the other things that were brought up in the visioning plan. What's important to people? Walkability, environmental concerns, transportation, traffic, limiting sprawl. If you have to grow, why is downsizing in the land use plan? It's a growth plan, not a shrinking plan. Right? I mean, that's kind of like illogical. So I think there's one principle or philosophy that could be applied here. I'm not the only one who agrees with this philosophy, but it's generally that no neighborhood should experience rapid change, but no neighborhood should experience no change. Last I checked, we don't live in a fiefdom where the lords and the ladies are the only ones who get their way and everybody else has to struggle. So if we live in a community, then we need to bear the burden of change together as a community in an equitable way. So all of the neighborhoods should be absorbing density in a fairly equitable way, not just some and not others. Doing that and opening up that density change in more neighborhoods is gonna prevent the sprawl that's gonna keep those spaces that we all love available to all of us. Unless you want those big sections with the big mini or the big McMansion that only the Lord gets to live in. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, kids, let's go.
Next public comment, please.
Hello, Jamie Gogan, 117 Washington Avenue. First, thanks for all your time and effort on this long and arduous road. I appreciate your patience and your professionalism throughout. I'm a business owner, an employer, philanthropist here in Whitefish. I've worked intentionally to build strong workforce culture, and I'm proud to say that I have a very low turnover rate, relatively speaking. A lot of my staff would love to live in Whitefish. Those that do live in Whitefish love to multimodal in when the weather is nice, and talk about it. I have a lot of staff who would really love to live here. I employ at one business just over 50 people, and they would love to live in town. Currently, a significant portion of the people who help power our downtown economy commute in. Many would prefer to live here, again, within biking distance where they work, near schools, parks, services, and near or within the downtown core. It's not a housing issue alone. This is also an economic vitality issue for the downtown retail core. When we build within a mile of downtown, we reduce traffic, reduce sprawl, strengthen the foundation of economic support of the downtown retail area. People who live near where they work invest in the community. They show up differently, you know, and they stay. I'm concerned about downzoning in the core downtown area. It feels like it's against the goal to densify downtown and to have more people living downtown. I'd like to stress that when we have more people living downtown in the core, they'll walk where they want to go and they will not be in their cars, they will not be fighting for parking, and there will be less congestion. And then lastly, I'd like to explore what a public-private partnership strategy could look like for land banking. It is already so difficult to acquire land in this town, that I know, but I think we should be having conversations and get creative in how we can incentivize our community members to put forth land available to sell at a discount, and maybe incentivize them in various ways, because we live in a very generous community, and I'd like to think that there are many more people like-minded who would like to see housing resolved and a bolstered and strong downtown economic core. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jamie. Next public comment, Chris, come on up.
My name is Chris Schustrom, 504 Spokane Avenue. I'm also the chair of the Heart of Whitefish. I trust you're in receipt of our comments and hope you had a chance to read over the letter I submitted to you requesting that you adopt the mobility-oriented downtown growth strategy. That focuses on an area a quarter of a mile from the downtown center and up to a mile from the downtown center. We're confident in the numbers that we've included in that for housing units by 2030 and 2045. Crandall Arambula did that analysis for us to identify those specific sites and to also be sensitive to the surrounding neighborhoods. We are not recommending increasing density in that area because that quarter mile area specifically is one of the densest areas in town, and very dense uses are already allowed. We also request that you adopt as part of the strategy the Spokane Avenue, Wisconsin Avenue protected bikeway. Building that by 2030 is actually what would make this work. It allows people easy access within a 5-minute bike ride and a 5-minute walk to the downtown area, and all of the local serving businesses that we identified in the second letter that Don Arambula submitted to you, identifying local serving businesses, churches, public facilities, which reinforce the concept in the growth policy that the downtown is the commercial, the cultural, and the financial core of the community. And people having easy, safe, equitable, attainable access to that is very, very important. And that plan has been included for many years since the adoption of the Downtown Business District Master Plan. And it would be great if you would also adopt into the land use element the designs of the Spokane Avenue protected bikeway, as well as the other street concepts that are part of that whole concept, Baker Avenue, 2nd Street as well. It's fantastic that Shelter Whitefish, Shelter WF supports the mobility-oriented downtown concept of focusing growth inward instead of sprawling as proposed currently, because there really isn't a strategy for growing from the inside included in the growth policy now, and that's why we're proposing this adoption. Thanks very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Chris. Next member of the public, thank you.
Hi, my name is Avery Sorensen with Whitefish Students for City Government. When thinking about preparing my speech here today, I was largely frustrated to see once again the same issues being discussed time and time again. That can be summed up to the consistent struggle of whether or not when planning for the next 20 years, we should plan for those who hope to live here in the future, or just those the few of us who have been lucky and privileged enough to enjoy Whitefish in the past. The answer to that is one that I hope to be rather simple, and I hope the Planning Commission sees it the same way I do. So once again, I'm here to speak in favor of the future of housing here in Whitefish. In specific, I'd like to advocate for mixed-use development and the fact that the abundance of homes should be planned for rather than just met. Mixed-use development is something that has been overly talked about in this planning period, and I would just like to reiterate that as we plan for the next 20 years, it's important to note that in my conversations with high schoolers and those younger people who hope to live here in the future, there is largely unanimous consensus of why don't we already have mixed-use neighborhoods in Whitefish right now, and how can we get those mixed-use neighborhoods in Whitefish as soon as possible. And I believe that is something that we need to note and mention when we're talking about the future of Whitefish in the next 20 years and what those people who are going to live here in those next 20 years actually want in Whitefish. And secondly, I like to say that as we move towards the future, simply meeting the predicted needs should not be the goal, but instead we should be looking to exceed future needs to allow for supply to outpace demand, because if we were to simply match the current supply and demand and a continuation of current prices in Whitefish, it is unreasonable for any people to come and move here in the future. We seem to live in this unreasonable world of 100% inhabitation of new housing built, when I believe, if I remember correctly, Whitefish stands today at 91% occupancy, not counting those who live here as seasonal residents. I believe that for housing, we should plan for reasonable real world that works to reduce the prices in Whitefish for the future. Additionally, I'd like to advise the council that when we're talking about community character and the development of our city plan, to be wary of it, because many people's idea of community character is to have no growth at all, and I believe we should be wary of having any future growth, be wary of people's opinions of having no growth at all in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Avery. All right, come on up.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Riley Plummis. I'm at 327 O'Brien. That's the area Alan described as west of Spokane, south of 3rd Street. And I want to just thank everyone who's here tonight, everyone, because I think this is I love this about this town, that there is this discourse and we get to listen to each other and put our words in. So I appreciate that very, very much. I do believe this is a difficult decision. Growth is always a difficult decision, because one of the reasons we moved here, or we live here, we grew up here, we stay here, is because of its character. So we got to figure out a way to grow and also maintain that character, that sense of place that makes people want to be here and stay here. So I really admire everybody who's being a part of this process, the people behind me, the people who have spoken before me. This is not an easy thing to do. I do appreciate one of the things that Alan explained in his presentation earlier, that this placement, this the area places, whatever it's called now I forget. Thank you. It is more than just zoning. You know, we got to take a look at that big picture and understand how we can grow and make things still have that character. You know, you look around this room, and on the walls, there's a bunch of photos that were taken by a gentleman named Marion Lacey. In fact, 4 out of the 5 in this room are Marion Lacey, who he was here in the 40s. He took pictures of the mountain. He took pictures of our town. He's preserved the character of our town, or the history of our town, which I think is pretty cool. On the back wall, there's 2 photos. One behind me. One is 1945. One is 2007. And it happens to be this area that we're talking about, this downtown area that includes my neighborhood and the avenues, and kind of shows you what that is. And if you look at it, you look at the 2 of them side by side, it's pretty cool. And you can see what kind of change there's been. And I do think that what Jamie spoke to, what Avery spoke to, there's a lot that we need to do. We need to be creative and work together and think of all the ways that we can do what we need to do. Whether it's zoning, upzoning, downzoning, I don't know what the answer is. But I do know we got to do something to keep our character. Otherwise, we're just gonna turn into Anytown USA. So we're sitting in a room in a building that was put up a few years ago that is brand new, it's beautiful, it replaced kind of a style that was a little bit out of date. It also took into consideration some of the features of the original City Hall. If you look at the pictures, like I think the one is going down the stairs tonight. If you go down the stairs, you can see it. And it's really cool that we took something that we needed to replace, that needed improvements, and needed room, and that we also preserved the character. So I don't know how we're going to do that, but I do applaud all the people who are involved in the process. And that also includes some of the public who spoke last week when we were here, like Patty Luttrell, who also has lived in the neighborhood, wants to maintain that character of the neighborhood, but she also wants to help people have affordable housing. So she's been able to rent properties for a reasonable rate. Our neighborhood has grown. There are duplexes. Mountain View Manor's been part of it, and that's affordable housing that I think we need to focus on more of that and in maintaining that. And then also there's ADUs and that kind of thing that have been added. So there are people that are renting in that neighborhood, in all the neighborhoods, that are getting by okay. So that's just another creative way to do that. So I just want to say, let's look at the big picture. There's lots of ways to do this. It's going to be a tough thing, but we can hang in there and make it happen if we're all focused on all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley.
My name is Alice Cavell. Can you hear me?
Yes.
415 Lutfer Avenue. I too live in the same neighborhood as Riley. Thank you, Riley. And thank you, all of you. Thank you for that presentation. It's overwhelming. There's a lot of information. So I'm only addressing where I live in my neighborhood. And I've been there for over 16 years. And I jokingly say that we are the new kids on the block. And I live in one of the 1908 homes that have been there with the big porches out front on a small lot. And I think our neighborhood is pretty unique and sweet. The thought of turning it into something more than that is very hard to even imagine, because I sit on my front porch and I watch the traffic and I see all the cars being parked on our street that don't belong to the people who live on our blocks. And the idea of it expanding to multi-use or multi-housing is just beyond my comprehension. And I work downtown, and I get a lot of feedback from people who come to town from other areas, and they're so charmed by the neighborhoods and how the character of the neighborhoods have been kept the way that they have been for 100+ years. So I personally would love to not see an influx of housing in our neighborhoods. I think there are ways to do it in other areas that does not impact the traffic, the parking, and the character of the neighborhood. So I'd like to see it remain historic. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. All right, next public comment.
My name is Lee Drogan. I live at 221 Wild Rose Lane. Alan, thank you for such a great presentation. Just to start off, I think a lot of the things that Alan presented that the commission wanted in there that for some reason disappeared, I'd say 98% of it, I heavily agree with what the commission attempted that for some reason was taken out. I want to be clear right up front. I'm not a real estate developer. I'm not a community member with a lot of, I am a community member with a lot of friends in the service industry who are struggling to afford a life here, largely because of our town's lack of density. My own neighborhood, High Point, is a perfect example of this problem. It should have been, is a perfect example of this problem. It should have been a much denser development, but the city council denied it at the time, a decision that several of those same council members have since admitted was a huge mistake. Tonight, you're going to hear and have heard from a loud minority of people on both sides of a really important issue. But I'm here speaking for what I think is a silent majority of residents who support smart density and neighborhood change, because we know the alternative is far worse. If we block smart growth, we get sprawl and a town that only the ultra wealthy can afford. I urge you to have the foresight and the courage to do the right thing for the future of Whitefish and not just bow to the loudest voices in the room, who probably were a part of many of the previous, working sessions and stuff. And those are mostly the people who show up, are the loudest voices on each side. Looking at the Vision 2045 draft, I applaud the housing element's goal to support residential infill development with density. I also fully support the plan's focus on putting this density where it belongs. As the document rightfully states, we must promote density in areas near transit and active transportation routes. While these goals are great, the actual data in the plan is a wake-up call. The document admits that of all the residential zoned land in Whitefish, 77% allows only single-family detached homes and duplexes. Study after study confirms that the only solution at scale for housing affordability is simply to build more housing. The concept of supply and demand is intuitive for most people, but for some reason, when it comes to housing, it breaks people's brains. It doesn't matter if developers or individuals make money from increasing the housing supply. What matters is that we simply need more homes. While we don't need to force fourplexes into every single outlying neighborhood, we absolutely must legalize triplexes, fourplexes, and small apartments by right within a walkable distance of the downtown core. That includes my neighborhood. If we truly want to stop sprawl and house our workforce, we have to allow density where it makes the most sense, near the existing jobs, services, and infrastructure. We also need to avoid what housing advocates call the everything bagel problem, which is when a city layers so many competing mandates onto a project that nothing actually gets built. Look at what we're asking for in this single plan. We're demanding that developers provide 10% deed-restricted affordable units. While we all want lower income housing, these mandates act as a hidden tax. They force builders to raise the cost of the remaining units, or they kill the project's financial viability entirely. On top of that, we're piling on subjective design rules. The plan dictates that new apartments have to match the roof lines and subjective character of the existing neighborhoods. Talk about 60-foot, buildings downtown. Nothing could be better than if a good portion of downtown ended up with 60-foot buildings so that there's more housing downtown. Let's be honest, neighborhood character is the ultimate loophole used to delay projects,
Hey,
force
Lee, you're
expensive
at
redesigns.
5 minutes, so I just want to let you.
Sorry, yeah.
Thank you.
One last thing, the roof on the ice den. I play a lot of hockey, have a lot of friends. We are in sore need of more capacity there. It's going to be a really huge issue for the kids here coming up.
Thank you for all of that.
Good evening. My name is Dan Moe. I live in Columbia Falls, but I own Cutthroat Bagel Company here on Lupfer Avenue. So the everything bagel solution is actually something maybe I'm not all that opposed to. While I live in Columbia Falls and I own a business in Whitefish, that's put me in this new role of job creator. And we employ people, some of whom grew up and have lived in Whitefish for 40 years, some of whom are just in town for the winter to ski and have a bagel slicing job while they're here. All those people, their first primary concern when they came to get a job is housing. Some of those people are on their second or third job at the tail end of their career. Some of them, like I said, it's a ski bum job. And then I have a whole stack of resumes from people who are looking for a second or third job in this industry. I feel like I'm sandwiched between two experts on this, so I'm going to keep my time short. But I just want to say a resilient and variable housing solution with multiple different options of different densities, particularly around the downtown core, is good for business. It's good for culture. It's good for the thriving small town feel that we're going after, even if that means that people are living in 4-story apartment buildings. The ability to walk to work, we've all identified as an important thing in this community. And so building those spaces and those intersections for Whitefish residents to meet from different classes and all different backgrounds, I think is what builds character in this town. And so I am echoing what Shelter Whitefish has said, is that we should focus 75% of our building and the upzoning within a mile of the downtown core. And I think that adds to a more vibrant and resilient working class here in Whitefish. So thank you for your time, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Dan. Keegan, come on up.
Hello, Keegan Siebenaller, 306 Lupfer Avenue, speaking tonight as the Executive Director of Shelter WF. First, I also just want to thank everyone who's been involved in this process, Alan and all city staff, consultants, current and former members of the Planning Commission, members of City Council, everyone who's made public comment, filled out a survey, or came to a visioning session. At the end of the day, a lot of us have heard the siren in this building, so I think that's something to be, we're all together in that. So I do think the land use plan is a pretty unique moment in this growth policy. There's general agreement from a lot of different viewpoints and parts of the community that the land use plan as currently constructed needs to change, and also some general agreement on what those changes need to be. The fundamental problem for us, I think, is that the land use plan fails in its most fundamental goal, which is to plan for growth. The reluctance of this land use plan to acknowledge kind of growth at all, I think, has created something that is both likely to fail and likely to continue the patterns that have made housing conversations in Whitefish so contentious. We really picked 3 lots. Lot A is already approved for 73 units. Lot B has wetlands on a significant portion of it. We've got 1.5 lots that are supposed to absorb thousands of units before we do annexation. If the Planning Commission thinks that that strategy is both desirable and likely to succeed, then that's fair. If you don't, then we need to make significant changes to the land use plan to find more places where growth can happen. The current land use plan makes growth as negative as possible. It will take up most land, it will dramatically change a few acres of town, and it will not reverse trends of unaffordability or problems with our downtown. The overall solution is also one that you've heard many different community members and groups, which is focusing growth where existing infrastructure supports it within a mile of downtown Whitefish. Shelter WF wholeheartedly supports the recommendations that Heart of Whitefish made of aggressively redeveloping city-owned and privately owned vacant parcels in that mile and prioritizing protected bike lanes as well. Shelter WF believes that a land use plan that allows for more housing everywhere allows Whitefish to not see rapid and dramatic growth in any particular part of town. Everywhere doesn't just mean the avenues. It doesn't just mean west of Spokane. It doesn't just mean on Park Knoll Lane. It means everywhere. I think that recognizes our shared responsibility as citizens of Whitefish. It's not about anyone's self-interest in the room today. It's about our collective responsibility not to grow just for growth's sake, but because that's the only way that we will house our citizens in a just way. I hope that the Planning Commission recognizes this unique moment and allows this growth policy to truly plan for growth. For details on this proposal, I did print out my public comment that Shelter WF made, so I'll pass that out to y'all as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Nice. Hi, I'm Bella Brown. I live in Colorado. Like to retweet everything Keegan just said. But I'm going to read this because I don't want to run out of time. Commissioners, as a renter, I want to start with housing and growth targets. I believe the current approach is aiming too low. We can't even house our current workforce today. If we already have our workforce commuting long distances, how can we justify planning for growth that doesn't meet actual demand? If anything, we should be aiming high because, as Alan said, planning too low is much harder to defend than planning ambitiously and adjusting later. On transportation, if we're serious about walkability, we need to back that up with real policy. A helpful funding of Tri-City Commuter would be dramatically improve mobility and reduce parking demands. You know what helps with parking? Transportation options and living close by local goods. If we want walkability in Whitefish, more than just a vision, and we want more than just a vision and aspirational language. On the economy, the GSPS data shows that roughly 60 to 76% of jobs people rely on are not based in they're coming to Whitefish. That tells us something important. Tourism is positive and important, but we can't rely on it alone, as the consultants agree. We need to diversify our economy by supporting local goods, services, and mixed-use development. Again, as Alan just said, removing mixed use and local goods and local services from the economic chapel is not neutral, and it actively limits one of the best tools we have in affordability and economic resilience. Mixed use directly supports affordable housing. When people can live near services and jobs, they save on transportation costs, which is one of the most largest household expenses. If we remove mixed use from policy sections like transportation, then walkability becomes a dream without policy backing. Why are we not listening to the Planning Commission and the consultants when they both recommend upzoning downtown? Why are we discussing downzoning when good planning principles consistently show us that contrary to growth, reduced sprawl, traffic, and infrastructure costs? All the data shows that contrary to growth, within 1 mile downtown, especially on small parcels, even 1 acre, smaller sites, reduce vehicle mileage, traffic, and preserves outlying neighborhoods. Co-locating people with services reduces traffic and protects character of areas further out. The current zoning plans puts all the development on a lot and a half. That's a terrible plan. I'm asking for the following, which is to amend place types within 1 mile of downtown to allow more housing types, triplexes, quadplexes, and townhomes. Plan for at least 75% of new housing within 1 mile of downtown and reverse the proposed downzoning. Add mixed use back into both the economic and transportation section. And let's hedge our bets by setting zoning at a minimum that allows flexibility rather than locking in limitations. We already have heritage protections, like federally, and so we don't need to rely on restrictive zoning to protect character. We can evaluate specific projects case by case. If we could spend an hour discussing a wall, we can certainly handle a thoughtful infill development. Finally, I want to raise a process issue. Why was this meeting not available online? It's 2026 and it's flu season, and some residents, including my partner, wanted to participate but could not. He's out of town. I am here while sick because land use decisions shape the future of this community, and every neighborhood must contribute to that future. Public participation should not require physical presence in every case. Unfortunately, I can't guarantee my written statement would go anywhere but the void. We have an opportunity to make strong, forward-looking decisions, not downzone downtown while experts say to upzone. Let's not aim low when we have housing demand, when housing demand is high. Let's make the best decision for Whitefish's future. Thanks. That's all.
Thank you, Velma. I'm glad you didn't hyperventilate. Take it out. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Leo Madden. I live at 645 Woodland Place, across the viaduct. Little background, I moved to Whitefish in 2011, and of my peer group who all started in those great ski bum jobs he was talking about, I'm the last man standing. And that is because I don't work in Whitefish. I actually leave for 6 months a year and work abroad. So it's the only way I can afford to live here. So I think the emphasis on a need for housing in Whitefish has been thoroughly addressed at this point. You don't need my input on it, just another throw it on the pile. But I do want to make a point to emphasize my personal concern with walkability downtown, vis-a-vis with traffic and all of that, and that the only way that we can reduce traffic in Whitefish in the face of inevitable growth is to provide an option to get places that isn't driving. And that must be prioritized in the planning going forward, because the only way that people won't drive is if you give them a more attractive option. And for me, because I live close, I can walk everywhere. I can take the snow bus. I didn't own a car for 5 years here, which is probably the only person in the valley that doesn't own a car. But that is a very unique outside case, but it's doable because I'm close, services are close, they're diminishing now, but my eye doctor was close and walkable, the hardware store was walkable, still is, long way, but those are the kinds of things that keep a community together and allow people to develop the relationships that attract people to live in a place beyond the physical geography around it. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Hi.
Hi, friends. Nathan Dugan, 937 Kalispell Avenue. And over the last 2 or 3 years, we've had 2 people live with us that don't have a car. So I think that's a lot more widespread than people think. That's like half of our roommates that we've ever had. So just want to touch quickly on the land use. I know it's a horse that's kind of been beaten to death, but I'm going to do it a little bit more. I guess I first want to say, still have a little bit of concern with the whole process of competing consultants that are being hired outside of the city and that sort of thing. But since we have them, and since I've had the opportunity to sit down with Don Arambula a few times, I think he gets it, and I think the mobility-oriented district is really key to what we've been talking about really this whole time, and what I've been talking about for years up here, to be honest. I think that putting 75% of our housing need over the next 20 years within that 1 mile is really critical to developing the Whitefish that the plan says that we want. The rest of the plan just talks about infill and talks about all of these things constantly. And we can't get that unless we are willing to accept some change. My address is 937 Kalispell Avenue. I live within that mile. Change my neighborhood. Go for it. Fine with it. I want more people to be able to walk to the bagel shop on Saturdays. I want more people to be able to walk down here like I get the opportunity to do all the time. I also want to encourage you to, the Crandall Arambula plan has identified some lots to put all of that housing on, and that's great. I want to encourage you to overshoot. And so that means looking at other options for the avenues and all of these other places that we've been talking about. The population density of Whitefish currently is less than half the population density of Kalispell and of Columbia Falls. And Kalispell is a very sprawling city. They have double the population density that we do. It's crazy. Yeah, I didn't believe it either, Frank. It's gonna be in my report that comes out whenever that comes out. I've been working on it for months. But yeah, no, it's true. And maybe you think that like overshooting is a bad, scary thing because like all of this stuff will get built or get changed overnight. I think the only place that we need to look to know that that's not true is, and I wish I had done this, but I don't have time to do it because it would take forever. Maybe Alan will do it after this if he's bored, but there's a ton of unzoned capacity currently in the city. There's a lot of units that can be built on lots where it's not built. And so like this is a slow change thing. When we're looking 20 years in the future, 100 years in the future even, as homes turn over and they reach their end of life, they're 150 years old, and they become something that somebody wants to scrape off, we have to have an opportunity where instead of somebody building a McMansion, which is kind of what they currently do, they can build a fourplex and 4 people can live on that lot. And that might not be for 30 or 40 years. And so maybe none of us will be around to see it. It's, I hope that we can consider some of that because it's really an incremental and like very long-term thing, even beyond the next 20 years. Thanks.
Thank you, Nathan. Hi.
Good evening. Kim Morisaki. I live in Kalispell, but I am the executive director for the Northwest Montana Community Land Trust, and we do affordable housing all over the county. I find myself in a unique situation in that I have been focused on your housing-related land use for the last year, and yet when I came to listen, it was your economic development stuff that made me go, whoa. I am 5th generation Flathead Valley, and I also am probably one of the few certified economic developers in the county who did over a decade of economic development for all of the communities in this valley and have some education in it. So while I want to encourage you to plan for change because change is inevitable, none of us want the thing we love to change, but it will. And if you don't plan for it, instead of small lots with modest homes in your historical neighborhood, people will come in and they will scrape those small modest homes and they'll buy up a couple lots and build McMansions. So if you don't plan for it, the change will happen regardless. So I encourage you to think about what you want. And I think that is, I thank all of you for doing that because I think that is what you're doing. I also want to encourage you to think about what you mean by character because I just spent a week staying with my son in Boston. He and his significant other live in a 3-story house that has right around Cambridge Square, just off of Harvard, has 5 apartments in it. I would challenge anybody to say that the neighborhood that is full of houses like that aren't quaint and don't still have character. So just because it's not what it was doesn't mean that it can't be still something wonderful and useful and beautiful. As I looked through your plan, I saw a lot of reasons why you shouldn't have 60-foot buildings here or there. And while I do understand that nobody wants a wall coming up the highway between the road and the mountains, 60 feet is really not that tall. 4-story buildings where you've got retail on the bottom 2 floors and housing on the top 2 floors is not something we should be scared of. Lots of communities have 4-story buildings, and they can be beautiful and fit with the neighborhood as well. The economic development part, I would really question why the parts that seem to have disappeared from that report, why did they disappear? No economic developer worth their salt would ever encourage a community that is already at 76% tourism to not diversify into other areas as much as possible. Being dependent on just one type of economic activity is not a recipe for a healthy, long-term situation. So well, I certainly understand wanting to protect that tourism. The impulse to, constrict yourself from other types of economic activity is probably not a great long-term plan. And when you're talking about mixed use of businesses outside of your core downtown, as much as I love downtown of Whitefish, and I always bring my touristy friends when they come to visit to Whitefish to go walk around and go out to dinner, I do understand that your average local people are not going downtown to shop. If you allow mixed use in other areas besides your downtown, you're actually going to be encouraging entrepreneurs like the Bagel Man, and they will add vibrancy to your community, and they will create more jobs, and they don't all have to be downtown next to the galleries and the jewelry shops. There are other spots where you can put other kinds of businesses to serve the people who live here, and it will be good for your economy. So I think that's all, and thank you for your time, and thank you for all of your work. It's been a huge lift, and it looks fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Further public comment? Rhonda, come on up.
Good evening, commissioners. Rhonda Fitzgerald, Lupfer Avenue. Very quickly, I wanted to point out that tourism does not make up 76% of our economy. The report says it's 46%, and that included businesses like restaurants and bars, which I think the locals also support. So tourism is an important part of our economy. It's not the majority of our economy, and we never would want to become a tourist town. The fact that we have year-round businesses and year-round workers is the core of who we are as a community, and I think that we have to always be very, very careful to not lose that. And I think all of the comments that Heart of Whitefish has made over the long process here support that position. I also think that this has been an unbelievably complicated puzzle to solve with a lot of outside influences. And I was on the design committee for the City Hall, and we had a similar problem. It was a complex problem to solve, and what we really wanted to achieve was something that fit in our community, resonated historically, and felt welcoming to the community. And that's part of the reason we did the historic photographs as well. So I'm really glad that people like that, and I hope that when we're done with this plan, it will be the same good solution. But it's hard to get to that solution. So I have a few points I'd like to make on the overall plan. A current Department of Commerce projection for our population for 2045 is 10,900 people, which is another 1,700 people beyond the number of people who are currently here. We're below 1% annual growth, and it goes down to 0.3% growth in 2045. There are national trends, there are state trends, there are a lot of reasons for that. We are not going to grow as much as it looked like we were going to grow in 2023 because we were coming off that huge COVID bubble. And we also had quite a bit of annexation in the early 2000s here where we brought in existing residences that were just outside our city limits. So our population growth for that 20 years includes a lot of annexation. We need more housing for the people who work here. Yes, we all agree. 75% of the units we need to be affordable. I haven't seen anything in the plan that links affordability to these growth targets. It isn't going to do us any good to build another 1,000 units like we did in the last 5 years, because none of those, or very few, were affordable. And building another 1,000 units in the next 10 years isn't going to help us either if we don't tie it to affordability. And a lot of the proposals being floated kind of hope magically that somehow people will be able to afford what is being built. And it isn't going to work. We need an intervention here. And I hope that you guys recognize that. Anything the city does to generate more housing should require that 75% of that be affordable. And I think that should be in the plan because we know that's what we need. Mixed use makes housing harder to build and more expensive to build. Mixed use is not synonymous with walkability and bikeability, and as the proposed mixed use projects are actually sprawl and will increase the driven miles by the people who have to live there. Neighborhood types like A, B, and C would allow 60-foot buildings because of the mixed-use component. So next to Park Knoll Lane, you're going to have 60-foot mixed-use buildings. That is not a good idea. And the same with B. No, that's B. A, which is up by the city shop. That mixed-use component, which is being recommended, triggers 60-foot buildings. So think about that. Because if you just take the mixed use out, which no one's saying we need more retail, what they're saying is we need more housing. So I suggest you take the mixed use out of those place types. The neighborhoods west of Spokane do not contain offices, services, triplexes, and fourplexes, as was stated by staff. They contain single-family homes and ADUs. And because duplexes and ADUs are allowed now everywhere, they can absorb some more growth, but there aren't any vacant lots. And those are historic homes on very small lots. They're small homes, small footprint, and the people who live in them do work in Whitefish. So those are my general comments. Then I have some for the actual land use element. Goal 3 on page 5. In the box, it has that 3,000 to 5,000 population figure. You should really update it to 1,000 to 1,500. Objective F has neighborhood centers. I think you should just change that to neighborhoods. Goal 5, page 8, in the box says 76% of the people who work in Whitefish commute. That's where the 76% number comes from. You should change that back to 61%, which is what the housing needs assessment says. And you should also recognize that that number has hovered between 59 and 63% for over 20 years. So nothing's new there. Lots of people commute into Whitefish and lots of people commute out of Whitefish. It's just kind of reality. Objective A seems counter to meeting the housing need. A tremendous amount of land is currently zoned commercial, and when housing is our need, why would we add more commercial? For instance, we added housing to the B2 because there's too much commercial land already out there, and we need housing. So we added that mixed use in because we recognized we had a tremendous amount of our land identified for commercial when what we need is housing. D, I would strike remote work. Remote workers have driven up the prices of our properties because they command a higher salary, or you could just strike the whole second part of that sentence. Objective E, couldn't quite figure out what that was laying the groundwork for, but I'm sure someone's got a plan, and I'm sure it'll be profitable. Objective F, I would add provide affordable housing for their employees to businesses' participation. Page 11, according to the Department of Commerce, the 2045 population is projected at 10,900. I already told you that, so. I would say you should go conservative and revisit that in 3 to 5 years and see what kind of growth rate you're getting, and then plan for some more housing density if you need it. But don't overshoot the moon, because then you'll enable things that you will regret, perhaps.
Okay, just another minute, Rhonda, we're past the time.
I have just 2 more things.
Okay, thank you.
Once again, make 75% of new housing that you enable be affordable. Page 11, I would strike mixed use and just have housing projects. Page 48, STRs. How to enable more STRs, really? Absolutely. Everyone in the public visioning said they don't want any more. It's a bad thing. Why are we having that? And of course, it interferes with housing. There's a long section on expansion. And you know what? Number 2 says that you should, if you decide to have more, you should have them in the mixed-use neighborhoods. There's a landmine. Page 55, the street types for Spokane from 2nd to 7th. You should add all the street types from the downtown master plan into this as a street type for that downtown area, because Spokane, 2nd, and Baker have a character that is not like the highway out to 13th. And they on the map, the street type map, it's the same street type all the way up to 2nd, across 2nd, down Baker. And I think you need to look at that. I'm not sure if that's a problem, but I think it would be better to just incorporate the street types from the downtown master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane, come on up.
I don't do public speaking. I feel like I've come too late to the table here, because the whole emphasis is on housing and how we're going to grow and how big we're going to grow and how dense.
Yeah, so talk as closely as you can to the microphone. Well, you don't
Okay.
have to touch it, but yeah. Project and say your name and address, please, when you start.
Diane Carter.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear me? At 333 Lupfer. My concern is the wildlife and the habitat, and none of that's been talked about. And there's, in this document, it says that there's been some talk of it. We're talking about character, we're talking about how to grow, height. If we're going to build 4-story buildings and people are going to drive into Whitefish because they've come here to experience nature, and we've got 4-story buildings blocking the views, we're changing the whole character of the town. This is a little ski town. It's being forced to become a city, and as everyone has stated, this is a tough thing to solve. I think you guys need a lot more time to pull this off. And I've noticed there's an architectural committee. So designing homes that aren't going to just be blocks that are going to block migratory pathways and shut off any more animals that still come into town, which people are just so amazed. It's like, oh, it's a deer, and they can actually look at it and see a deer for the first time in their life. I don't care if I have to pick up deer poop a couple times a year in my yard. It gives them a sanctuary. And to fill in too tight, we're going to be pushing out nature, which is why people come here. The character won't matter because people come here for nature, then they see the character after that. We need to interact and educate people on what is nature and how can we interact with it, and not just be focused on jobs, housing, and people. I think we need to interact more. And it'll be education, and I'll come up with some ideas on how we can educate, because that's the bottom line. You know, what is nature? What is it our town wants to grow and be? Do we want to be a place where people can come and interact with nature, or is it going to be another Jackson Hole? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Diane. All right, come on up. Thanks.
Good evening. Dane Boat, 240 Columbia Avenue. And don't change my neighborhood. I've just got some brief high-level comments. I think everybody here obviously realizes that Whitefish is a very special place, right? It's a rare place on the planet. And we've got the rest of the world beating a path to either visit and recreate or to own a home or a second home. There's an insatiable demand for a finite supply. And a lot of the discussion, whether it's known or not, we're just trying to talk about ways to repeal the laws of economics here. I noted Rhonda's comments about, why do we think the next 1,000 units are going to solve the problem, right? They're going to be expensive. I just have a couple of other high-level comments here. I've read a lot in the press over the Vision 2045 Whitefish vision, and I've been to a few of these meetings, and there's two things that kind of stick out in my mind. One term we hear is that we need to take measures to ensure the vibrancy of downtown Whitefish. And I think given, again, the fact that there's a significant, as people become aware of Whitefish, they're beating a path down here. I don't think vibrancy in downtown is going to be an issue. With the recreationists, the tourism, the folks that want to move here, have second homes, I don't think we have to upzone and have a huge amount of density to ensure vibrancy, at least not the 20 or 30 years I've been in and around Whitefish from the mid-90s. The second term that sticks out is being referenced time and time again is neighborhood character. And the thing that strikes me about that is I don't think there's a lot of, I know there's been a few, and I've noted it, there's been a few residential homeowners that have made comments here from this perspective. But most of the commenters, the public comment, to me, don't seem like homeowners in downtown Whitefish. Because when you go into the process of purchasing private property in downtown Whitefish, you're looking for, is it a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom? How many bathrooms does it have? What's the exterior style? You've got 100 considerations that, since it's probably going to be one of the biggest purchases in your lifetime, you're considering very deeply over a period of months. And one of those characteristics is the neighborhood character. So when you pay cash or get a mortgage to buy, a $750,000 or $1.5 million or a $3 million place, neighborhood character was a big part of your decision. So it's been very, I note a lot of dismissiveness in terms of folks that would be unnecessarily preoccupied with neighborhood character. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Dane. All right, Paul, come on up.
Good evening. Paul McCann, live at 340 Summers Avenue. I just heard a lot of good comments tonight, and I appreciate Rhonda's comments, especially I think that estimate of growth is just too strong. I don't know how we get from going less than 1% per year to target it, to use numbers that are close to 3% per year. That just I still don't understand that math. But in Dane's comments, it was just up here, I truly appreciate the neighborhood character, but I just really want to talk about affordability for a minute as far as relating to the downtown neighborhoods. And affordability is very important to me, and workforce housing and so forth. I really like to see that. But there was a comment made about, well, increase the density, just increase the density, build more units, that'll create more affordability. Well, the problem is, in our neighborhoods, there's such a strong demand from out of state and people with money, and they want to buy, and they want to invest, they want to live in the downtown neighborhoods. And you can increase the density, well, they'll buy it, the developers, they'll develop to them because that's where the profits is, and all you'll end up is more density. You will not end up with more affordability because you just got that huge demand there coming in from outside. But what really concerns me is we have it appears that we're going to have a lot more density in the downtown area, which is fine. But what concerns me is all the parking. Where's all these people going to park? Downtown already had a bit of a scarcity of parking issues, especially in the summer. And what else are you going to add another few hundred people downtown? Where are they going to park? Well, they're going to spread out. They're already starting to. They spread out into the neighborhoods, and that's where they'll go. They'll spread out in our neighborhoods more and more, and that'll start impacting the quality of life in our neighborhoods, and not just for the neighbors there. Like we have the Riverside Park, which is a wonderful park down the river where people go and use and picnic and bring their paddle boards and canoes and kayaks down to. Well, that parking's already tight down there. Now, if we got the downtown growth, we're going to put pressure in those parkings. Now, the suggestion is to add 4plexes, 6plexes to those neighborhoods. Well, what's that going to do? That's going to be more demand for parking than the people in the community when they want to go to the park. Where are they going to park? Well, they're not going to find a place to park and unload their children and paddleboard and so forth. And in our neighborhood, I live over in the avenues, they call it now. I think it's been a great success. I took a walk around last October, and I was just amazed how many ADUs that are being built in our neighborhood. They're just throughout the neighborhood. And my neighbor just the other day told me they're going to build one this summer. And it's a very popular thing for a lot of reasons. But when these homeowners, they decide to build an ADU, they are counting on parking on the street. I mean, they're going to build that ADU. That tenant is going to park on the street. And now when we have the idea of multifamily coming to the neighborhood, competing with parking, we're competing with the downtown now, coming in the neighborhood for parking, that whole model of the ADU will start to falter big time. And that's actually the most affordable option there is. It's not a huge number of units, but it's definitely viable. I mean, that's the person that built the house. They don't really have land costs, so they can come in at a cheaper price, and then they can rent it out for a more of affordable price, and that's a good thing. But if they don't have the parking in the street, it's not going to work, and so they won't build that. We'll just end up a lot of density with that high-end pressure from high-end buyers, and there won't be anything affordable. So that's my concern, is think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any further public comment? Okay, I see one person coming from the back and Richard moving just a bit, so you guys can race. Race? Okay, come on up. Go ahead. No, you cannot. We're going to be here so late. Fast walk. Go ahead.
My name is Denny Genoux. I live at 659 9th Street West, which is in the county. I do. I've lived here for about 30 years. I guess I think of three things. One is take your time when you do this as much as possible. Think about what Rhonda said, because I think Rhonda has a lot of experience in Whitefish. And then make the old hospital and the old mobile home park, high-density housing. And try and make that like the focus of where there can be a lot of development. And then try and protect the rest of town. Thanks.
Thank you, Danny. All right. Thanks, Richard.
Commissioners, thank you very much for your time, your patience, and understanding. And I'll be as brief as possible, and you wanted specifics. Page 30 of the full document, it's discussing Goal 3E, and I'm still confused as to what naturally affordable means. I have never seen a definition of naturally affordable, and so I'm confused. But that's pretty much par for the course. Then I want to point out that none of the mixed use on the housing type map that's indicated, none of those are affordable. Those are going for about $1.1 to $1.4 million. Some of them are STRs, and some of them are just part-term residents. But this idea of just building more doesn't put affordability into that zone. On page 44, I think it's 44 out of 247 pages. That is not a numbered page, but it's that snapshot page. And it says businesses most lacking, and I've talked about this before. It says clothing retailers for locals, and I don't know how you do it just for locals. And I think that if you're going to put that in there and say it's just for locals, you're going to have to figure out how to say, show me where you live. Oh, did I say it's Richard Hildner, 5th Street, Whitefish? Sorry. Then you knew it was coming on page 90 of 247. I am going to once again ask you to please remove Haskell Creek Road and any reference to it as an evacuation route. There is a big gold star on that evacuation route, and it has the notation in the legend, unimproved gated private road, not ideal evacuation route. It's not even close to not ideal. It is not, and I really implore you to remove it in any indication otherwise. Also in the evacuation routes, I noticed a map that Baker is not included as an evacuation route, and I don't know if that was an oversight or maybe that's going to come up in the CWPP. On page 72 of 247, Craig, I'm worried about on the municipal water supply, whether or not we need to somehow provide for automatic shutoffs to houses in the event of wildfire, because when they burn down, then the water continues to run, and then it has back pressure, or can have back pressure, and then the whole water system is contaminated. So that's something to look forward to, I think, or think about. Then finally, I think there should, not finally, almost finally, there should be some discussion about recovery post-wildfire, post-flood, and post-earthquake, how the community may respond in a post catastrophe recovery mode, and each one of those will have impacts on our hospitals, our schools, and so forth. And finally, I want to thank you, and I think you did the right thing last week when you removed the Heritage Downtown and replaced it with Heritage Urban as a place type. And I think that was the right thing to do, and I appreciate that. And we're not going to ever build our way, just plain build our way into affordability. We have to have cooperation. We have to find ways to do it. But just gross building won't get us there. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. All right, I think we've heard from everyone here, and I really appreciate that. So thank you all. And we are now almost at 9:30. So we're going to take just about a 5-minute break. You guys are all welcome to stay. We're just going to have a bathroom break and then come back and jump right into land use. So I'll close the public comment now for the totality of this. And we will get through what we can tonight with land use specifically, and then on Monday at 6 o'clock, I'm just saying all this in case any of you leave. Monday at 6 o'clock, we will begin deliberating and discussing the plan in total. So with hopes to send that on to council. We do have a Tuesday spot earmarked, but hopefully Monday will be that for us. So, all right, thank you all. We'll be back in, let's come back at 9:30. All right, everybody, we're going to start back in with our meeting. Alan is still over there, and they're going to head back. So, all right, so we are going to, at this point, reopen our land use discussion. Last time we left off at, we finished up objective or goal 2, and now we're going to go into goal 3. So that on our draft is page 5. Yeah, so I'm still working with the draft that we had before because we didn't finish it. So that's the one I have in front of me. If everyone else has the one that Alan just, that may change page numbers a bit, but likely not much.
Updated red line draft, right?
What you had in your packet is the version I'm going to put up.
Okay. And so that's blue?
See, here's like, if you look right at the top there, you can see your red marks. These are the ones that you made last time. And then what you see, like for instance.
I don't have a paper copy. Alan, do you have your mic on, or are you just very, very far away from it?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Alan, we can't hear you. You said no one ever. This is the version that's in your packet. This is the red mark version with their new red marks on top of it. So the stuff you got through with the goals and objectives, for instance, you can see that on the top of this. This one, for instance, like protect and preserve. So these are the ones that you made. I sent this to the consultant. And then he just made a few extra tweaks based on the direction you gave him. And that was about that downtown or the heritage urban. And that's what you see in blue. You should see them in blue in your copy.
Okay, Frank, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification, because I think it's real important that we all work off of whatever draft. So when you said the draft, you're talking about today's draft. The draft that we have in our packet.
This is the same that you have in your pocket, or your pocket, this packet. This draft on the screen is the same one that you got. The land use draft is the same one you have in your packet.
Madam Chair, I don't care what we do. Just tell me which packet to pull up, to work from.
Linked from the agenda, the folder.
Yeah, no. Alan,
Yes. So
the land use element was what we went through, and it's on an agenda, and it's a draft that we had
Correct.
when we were going through it.
Correct.
Are we talking about using that draft tonight, or are we talking about using the draft that is in front of, that is part of tonight's packet?
Yes, this is the same. This is one and the same. Yeah.
the page numbers are not the
The
same.
page numbers might not be
So-
the same. This draft I have on my computer is the same draft that you had in the packet for tonight.
So we're just.
Dated February 12th?
February 12th. I think it said February 2 in your packet. I just changed this for tonight.
Right, okay.
It should actually say February 19th.
Okay,
It's the
so
same
we
draft.
are going to work off of whatever draft is in front of you, because we are starting on goal 3 with objectives.
Okay.
So from my perspective, nothing past goal 3 has changed in the one that you put out. Is that correct?
No, because.
Okay, just 1 and 2, the
because-
changes that we made.
No, because the consultant also added language based on your direction to him. And that language is on my draft is on page 26 in heritage urban neighborhoods. Not in the goals and objectives though, but he's made those changes that you asked him to do.
No changes to goals?
Yeah, no changes to the goals yet. You just got to goal 2.
Okay, so we're gonna make it through goals 3, 4, and 5, no matter what draft you're working on. And then after we make it through those goals and objectives, we will all get on the same page literally and go from there.
It's exactly
So
the same.
right now, goals 3, 4, 5. All right.
Now-
Because I will tell you, I'm working from the draft that we were still working on. I did not switch to
Right,
New
no,
World that council didn't see, that nobody's seen except us today. So
Again, it's the same draft, except that
Yeah.
the
It's
consultant
different.
added some
Gotcha.
language on the
Okay.
place type.
thank you.
Okay.
All right, so goal number 3. Preserve community character and quality of life. I am open for motions, suggestions. We will run this a little more formally because we're in our actual meeting tonight, even though we're reverting to land use, continuing our work session that was in there. So does anyone have a change or a discussion on goal number 3?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mallory?
I would like to kind of add to what I discussed last week. So on chapter 3, it says preserve community character, and in alignment with what I said last week, I would ask that we change preserve to enhance. So it says enhance community character and quality of life, and do so as well in the theme below goal 3 where it says protecting community character. So changing that protecting to enhancing as well.
All right, is there a second for that motion?
I would second it again. I seconded it last week, I believe.
Okay, so we have already discussed this last time, and we decided not to change throughout the document, so we'll go ahead and vote. Those who want to change, are we being clear enough, Bree, for minutes? Okay, so those who would
Say
like,
preserve and enhance, right?
you want to add, enhance, or change preserve to
That's
enhance?
what we did last time, was preserve and enhance.
Oh, that's right. You are correct. Yes, you're correct. We can do the same thing to kind of keep it consistent. So preserve and enhance for that, and then preserve and enhance community character and quality of life in the theme as well. If that makes sense.
Okay, all those in favor of this change on this page? All right, so, yes, 6-4, got it? Okay. All right. Anything further in the goal or the statement in the top? All right.
Whitney, Chair, sorry.
Yes, go
Could
ahead.
you clarify on that vote? You said 6-4. Are you voting for or against it?
I'm not voting for it, yeah.
So you're voting against?
Against it.
Okay, thank
yeah,
you.
Sorry. Thank you. I don't mean sorry that I'm not. I mean sorry I wasn't clear. Sorry. All right. Further edits, suggestions, changes? Yeah, if there's nothing further, let's move down to objectives.
Okay, I move to strike objective A in its entirety. 3A, I guess it would be, right? 3A. Starting new development and redevelopment should reflect Whitefish's desired scale, architectural character, and establish neighborhood patterns through clear design standards, high-quality materials, and thoughtful site design. I can tell you why, but that's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Go ahead and tell us why.
Just because of the lack of an architectural review committee has rendered most of that to be actually illegal.
I would say that's exactly why it needs to be in there, because Architectural Review Committee is no longer, so this growth policy, correct me if I'm wrong, Angie, we can have terminology like that that is a guiding policy because it is not mandatory.
I think it's really subjective.
to be honest with you. I think when you guys go to zoning, you're probably going to incorporate some design standards, but the way this is written, I think is extremely subjective and very hard to achieve.
Go ahead.
I did ask about the architectural review committee oh my God, there's been so many consultants, CZB. I did ask them, like, in the section that more directly pertains to the architectural review committee, like what we can actually legally still do. And what they said, and I don't know if this would work as a replacement, is but to have standards that focus on built form, placement, landscape, transitions, and buffers. I don't know if you could put that in there instead, but just
we still have
heads up.
architectural review standards. We just don't have a committee, but staff still can, look at certain elements of that. We're revising them. We're taking out things like building color and materials and things like that and focusing on the health and safety related stuff, but there still will be some standards. But this document is not regulatory. This is just aspirational. So, you guys can decide what you want to do with it, but.
All right, are we ready to vote?
Well, Madam Chair,
Aspiration? Go
I
ahead.
would be concerned that if we struck it entirely, it might inhibit the process of reincorporating those design standards into the zoning ordinance in the way that Dave just described. So I don't know that, I guess I'd ask Dave, is there anything in here that's inconsistent with that, Dave, that you see?
I mean, again, we have certain standards where, like our multifamily development standards, our non-residential, that require new development to fit in with the scale of a neighborhood, to step their roofs down, if they're next to a single-story building, so that, they don't dwarf each other. So we have standards like that already in our zoning. When it comes to, architectural character, that's maybe subjective, but certainly the established neighborhood patterns through clear design standards. I mean, we do have certain patterns in neighborhoods, and we expect that with new subdivisions. The high quality materials, that could be subjective. So if you're going to maybe remove something, maybe take out the architectural character and the high quality materials, but leave the rest. That's,
That's what the
just an
form-based code is
example.
going to do.
Yeah,
The patterns and stuff like that, that's what the place types in the form-based code is going to do.
But thoughtful site design is, something that we aspire to.
I am willing to modify my motion to strictly take out architectural character and the high-quality materials. If that is more
You
appropriate.
said architectural, right, architectural character, and what was the other thing?
High-quality materials,
Okay, and everything else keep.
yes. You okay with that?
I agree with that.
All right. My second agrees with that.
I agree.
Okay, I still don't agree with that. I've liked that as it was, so I won't be voting for this. I think we need as much padding as possible to fall back on when we are reinstituting things that have to do with architectural standards. So that's my thoughts, but let's go ahead unless somebody has other.
Yeah, I'd like to
thoughts.
comment. I think, as David said, this is aspirational. So that's kind of murky, but it gives us room.
Yes, Alan.
Just to clarify, I'm keeping track of what you're doing on this, so make sure on your screens I've got this right, because that's how I'm tracking what we're doing.
Oh, you mean the, let me turn that on.
Mine still says no AV signal,
I don't have any signal either.
but I can see up
Okay.
there for now.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
never mind.
I wish I could
It's
see that
fine.
far.
yeah.
There we go, never mind, I got it. Thank you, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Alan, just so that the motion was clear, I didn't suggest, my modification, we didn't have to get rid of thoughtful site design. It was just that's just the ones that I.
Thank you.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded to strike architectural character and high quality materials. All for removing these, raise your hand. Sorry, go ahead, Frank.
Just one comment.
Yes.
Now I'm, since we're wordsmithing, why not say, just delete architectural and leave it as Whitefish desired scale, character, and character? We're not saying architectural, we're just saying character. It's even more amorphous, but again, I think it goes to your point, Whitney, that I think it leaves a little bit of aspirational goal in here without triggering what I'll call some reactionary discussion regarding when you mention architectural. And maybe that, at least that seems to me to be doable. It's aspirational. It gives us a little bit of the cushion that I think we're kind of looking for in terms of what can we do to do that. Because again, this is what we'd like. So if it would gain your, I would offer that we simply delete architectural from that and leave character, and then that would, I can do it either way. I would delete architectural, and I'm going to vote for this motion, but I'm just thinking, okay, can we get to the place where we all agree by just leaving character, delete architectural, and then we're all safe?
I'm still not, because I don't like taking out high-quality materials. I think everyone who deserves affordable housing, any kind of housing, deserves, at least if we're going to notate that, neighborhood patterns, all these other things, I don't think we should take out high-quality materials. I don't want to open the door to say, come to Whitefish and build with crappy building materials, So I don't support removing this. I liked it as it was.
Can I just offer, like, if we feel like that's going to be the dividing line for stopping, you voting on this, I wonder, one thing I had written down is instead of high quality, doing resilient material. So this kind of gets to the fact that sometimes when we are trying to build affordable housing, high quality material can add additional cost. Resilient material, I think it can still be high quality, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be really high end necessarily. So for me, that's how I kind of frame it in my head.
Is there an actual definition of resilient, or is that just a synonym that?
For me, I just think about it differently. Like resilient, it means like it's going to be long lasting, right? And high quality, I fear, puts a price point on it, which can add to the cost. That's just the way that I conceptualize it.
And I appreciate different words, but I think it means high quality versus high price materials. Like, we're not saying expensive materials. Because we're in a winter and high sun area, I think I don't want to take anything out of this. But, I understand trying to knock back character and, make things more affordable, but I don't want it to be at the cost of, scraping our growth policy word by word until we get down to build what you want, and we don't retain any sort of, pride in what we're doing. And I am not going to take out words for the, let's make sure that we're not, I don't support this. I liked that objective as it was.
Resilient is pretty subjective.
Yeah, so is high quality. All of this whole thing is subjective,
Just
so.
one thing to note on the word resiliency, it also infers things that are like fire resistant, that they're going to be able to survive, the things like that.
If there's
so there is
an
some connotation
actual
with
trade-
that word that's related to fire safe materials.
Is it an industry term of art?
It is a term. We have a resiliency planner that talks about, her job description is related to all those things, like making sure something lasts a long time, that our community is resilient, that its ability to withstand, all kinds of things.
Okay,
So
if it has an actual meaning, then I didn't know. Go.
I would certainly support replacing high quality with. I would certainly support replacing high quality with resilient materials. I think that's consistent with our attitude towards fire resiliency and everything else. So I think that's actually what we really mean, I think. And so whether you can support it or not, I don't care, but I would like to see that
Yeah.
change as well.
No, then that makes it better for me, as long as it has an actual meaning in the trade. That's fine. And are we still, Alan, how's that glossary coming?
Yeah, I noticed there was.
After May,
Yeah.
Tisk, tisk.
I'm not going to have it done by next week. I haven't even started it.
Okay.
I will eventually go through this plan and find all the buzzwords and make a glossary. I won't have it.
I saw that was highlighted either in yellow or, I didn't want it struck. It looked to me like at one point when I was reading through, looked like there was a line through it, and I just didn't want to lose that.
Could we call the question?
Yeah, let's go ahead and vote for this. So as it stands, striking architectural, replacing high quality with resilient. That's all that's happened.
Right.
All right, it's been made, and do we still have a second on this? All right, yes, okay. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay. Everyone agrees, good job. That only took us a little while. We did it.
It's right there.
Great.
It's there.
Okay.
It's there. Well, it did it. Redmark did it.
Bree, was that clear for you? Thank you. All right, so objective B, anything as we go down this?
Well, we renumbered,
Remember,
relettered.
no, we didn't.
We were going to take out A.
I'll fix the letters.
Okay, all right.
We're going to keep A.
We
Got
didn't.
it. We didn't, we were going to strike A entirely.
But no, we didn't.
So we didn't, so he's going to have to fix that.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. On his, okay, never mind. Okay.
You were right. It gets funky when you.
There's even a broken clock is.
It's right twice a day.
Anything else on these objectives that you guys have noted?
No.
Okay.
Karen Hilding had a comment. We fired through down to I very quickly. 1 second. Sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Anything further on 3?
Can I talk about objective H? This objective to me feels very subjective, and here I'll try to explain why. To me, this frames development as an automatically a bad thing. And I don't foresee that you guys will want to get rid of this. So here is my proposal for how we would change this. So for H, I'm going to rework it, and it would say, guide development using clear, measurable, and predictable standards for building form, transportation, performance, noise, and lighting to ensure safe and functional neighborhoods as the community grows. Do you
So
need me to
I'm trying to
re-say that?
figure out what you took out.
It's very.
Well,
yeah.
I'm reworking
Yeah,
it completely.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's a second. I wish you could email me directly. I could put it in there.
Real quick, just read it.
Yeah.
Real quick, read it.
Okay, so guide development using clear, measurable, and predictable standards for building form, transportation, performance, noise, and lighting to ensure safe and functional neighborhoods as the community grows.
One more time.
Okay. guide development using clear, measurable, and predictable standards for building form, transportation, performance, noise, and lighting.
I can't keep up with you. Guide development by using clear, measurable, and predictable standards
For building form,
for building, form,
transportation, performance, noise, and lighting to ensure safe and functional neighborhoods as the community grows.
Second that. I'll second that.
Question for staff.
Go ahead.
So Alan, why was this originally drafted using this language that is in there now?
Thomas is on the line. You could ask him directly.
Thomas?
He should be on Zoom.
We need to phone a friend. Thomas, come in.
I need a lifeline.
Hi, all.
There he is.
Oh, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Hi
Do
there.
you know where we are in this document, Thomas?
I do. You're on goal 3, objective H, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this was incorporated in here simply as a way to provide an opportunity for the community to really think about development in the future to ensure that quality of life is maintained. And so that is the rationale for this particular objective. I think that I didn't quite hear all of the recommended changes to the objective, but I don't know that it changes the intent of what we proposed. So it may make sense if somebody feels strongly about particular language. I don't think it changes the intent of the objective.
Could you speak louder, Thomas?
Let me see if I can turn this up. Hang on.
It might
Oh,
be
okay.
AV.
All
They
right.
might be able to turn them up.
Never mind.
Can you guys hear me now?
I heard something a little different. I heard that it was aimed at preserving the quality of life that's addressed in there, and Mallory's wording, although looks kind of the same, I think changes the basic intent from what I heard Thomas saying. So that would be my concern.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that for me, you know, when I see that development is framed this way, it's often framed in a like negative light on the quality of impact on the people in the community. And I think that it kind of misses what development can mean for those who currently don't have access to this. And so understanding that development definitely can have its downsides, creating this goal or this objective, my focus is a lot of times I hear around this process that it feels like things aren't predictable. It's not predictable for community members. It's not predictable for developers. And so that was kind of my intent here, is that it's really clear, it's measurable, and it's predictable. And so this, to me, kind of hits both sides without pinning development as an automatic negative.
I guess I understand what you're saying, but I do think it significantly changes the intent, right? I mean, it adds in, you know, I mean, I think that I don't have any trouble with the fact that development does have impacts, and that there should be some language in here that addresses that and protects quality of life. So I think it's kind of a really major change, And it's along the lines of the changes that have been coming through to kind of change the whole, and I'm not being critical, but there's a pattern to the changes that you're suggesting. I understand the spirit of it, but I think it dilutes what we're talking about too much. We can't strike all of it, so I would be opposed to the change.
We're going to check in with Thomas and have him say testing or something more substantive real fast, because in the back they're asking him to talk again.
Can you hear me
Are
now?
you here?
Hi, Madam Chair, can you hear me now?
It might be worse.
Hmm.
Okay, we're going to let Frank go ahead with his comment, and then we'll come back to Thomas.
Mallory, I appreciate, and I like a lot of what you put in here. What I read from this, when I read it, I took away, because having watched a number of developments happen, and we get continued complaints about the process of development, not the fact that it's being developed. And so I read this to say it should be managed basically how we normally require it. Is that no, you can't be tracking mud all over the place. You can't be operating 24/7. You're going to have to manage within. So I kind of took it in that spirit, as opposed to development is bad. The process of development is disruptive, and I think we ought to, and I read it, this was basically sent to the extent we're going to develop, let's manage it, make sure that it doesn't impact the process of development, not the fact of development. And that's what I read from that. So if from my perspective, if we added back something to the effect that the process of development should be managed to minimize impacts on the quality of life, addressing whatever that is, I think that will work just as well, because again, from my reading, that's what I took away from it, given the things I have seen and the complaints that we've heard around here. So, and by having something like this in there, it actually makes development less threatening. And so I appreciate the perspectives, but so I would add something to that effect back in there, and then I think I could live with that kind of a change.
Could we just put to preserve quality of life right before, and then say, and ensure safe and functional neighborhoods? So noise and lighting to preserve quality of life and ensure safe and functional neighborhoods. Yada,
Are
yada.
you in Mallory's sentence or in the draft sentence before?
In Mallory's sentence there. So right after lighting, two, and then just insert preserve quality of life and then ensure blah blah. Just an idea.
I would be opposed only in the sense that it doesn't address impacts. And I think Frank articulated my concern much better than I did. So I would support not changing this for that reason. I think while the change, I'm not opposed to the change in principle. I think that as we start dismantling these guardrails one by one, and I think that's what this does, I think we need, overall it provides balance in the approach, and I think that this provides balance.
Let me see, lighting, noise.
Is it just the fact development should be managed? Because I know before that should be managed, like you wanted the word managed gone.
I mean, I think
So-
to Frank's point, if this is about the act of actual developing the process, if we added process, that's fine with me. Like, I read it different, but if we all agree that it's about the act of things actually being developed and it's the disruption of the developments itself, and that's what that's saying. I read it differently, but if we are agreeing that it's more the process, I'm fine with if we add Frank's suggestion.
So I think I hope I can get this done real simply.
Are we going back to Mallory's language or the original language?
No, stay with Mallory's language, okay? I can live with putting preserve quality of life in there, that's okay with me. But if we just leave the next sentence, which starts, that's being deleted, we say, maybe the process of development should continue to be managed to minimize the impacts. And then, and at that point, I minimize the impacts on the quality of life and the neighborhood. We can't do much about building scale other than what we've done, so that doesn't go to my meaning here. So I would just add something, and the process of development should continue to be managed to minimize the impacts on the quality of life in those neighborhoods.
That sounds good to me.
Just note that quality of life's in there twice. So
I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
Maybe you could remove it where I had suggested it earlier then.
Yeah.
So it's not redundant.
Yeah.
So that would delete neighborhood livability in the city small town atmosphere? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I would just leave that off as just almost redundant to what we've already said here.
Which part am I deleting?
Why are we deleting that last part?
I would be opposed to that.
Okay, so
No.
we want to
Yeah,
leave that?
There's no need to do that.
Okay,
'Cause
I'm okay with that.
I just want to stop Alan before he has to do an undo.
Yeah,
So now we have Mallory's sentence and then an addition to what was there.
right.
And it's been made and seconded, I think. Who seconded this? I did. Okay, do you still second this?
Sure.
All right, so all in favor of this edit on the screen, raise your hand. Hooray,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you, guys.
Gotta move up to the front now.
If you're hoping for some sort of prize, I don't know.
I've been questioning your dedication the whole time, Keith. I could see where I was wrong.
Okay, so let's continue on. That was H on 3. Let's continue on to 4. Any questions, suggestions, edits in the goal or the statement below?
No.
The word will in this first sentence is a lot stronger than the should that we had earlier about wilderness and the mountain.
I see Angie nodding. When we get to those kind of things, I would defer. What are you saying, Angie?
I'm saying that should be should.
Not will, but should?
Yep.
All right.
Will should be should.
It shall be should. Let's change it.
And it will be.
Okay, so let's make a motion. I mean, honestly, that's the kind of thing where if it's a legal term of art and we should be changing it, I would not be opposed to throughout the goals if something says will and we're not. So it's like an earthquake over here. It's okay. Yes, Alan, you.
My only comment on that is there's been some goals that said should, and members of the commission have changed them to will or shall.
Well, I think it's only,
Not this commission. But we have some goals in water quality that were may or shoulds that were changed to shall and must.
I vote for consistency.
I would as well.
And if there's something that needs to be changed because we don't like the word that precedes it, then we need to change the thing, not the word. But I think our words should be consistent.
I mean, there may be some instances where there's something very specific recommended that should be a will, that it's not like a vague statement. The issue with this is it's impossible to ensure all that stuff with, and going into the future. We can aspire to do that, but we can't accomplish it. But there might be something like a specific change to the code or whatever, that a will is fine.
Yeah, I agree with Dave. I don't know that we need to change will to should throughout the entire document. My caution to you is when you say you will do something in a growth policy and then, litigation ensues, then they said, well, you said you do it, right? You didn't
As
do it.
opposed to ought to, is should, is more like.
Please no ought to.
No, I mean, I'm not suggesting a new term. I'm saying should means less than mandatory.
Exactly, yeah, and that's like when we look at a growth policy as a non-regulatory document. And again, I agree with Dave. There's things that we can say will because we actually can do that. But when you're talking about maintaining a mountain environment, water resource, I mean, we should do all that. But I don't want to say will in that instance, and no ought to.
Now you've got two lawyers talking here. What is wrong with, instead of will work? Say will work as opposed to should.
That's fine with me.
Will work.
Will work to protect.
That will work. Everybody in favor of will work, raise your hand. Will work too.
Will work too.
Thank you. Okay, just in that one spot, and we oughtn't change everything now.
No.
I wanted to use
I'm
that
so
word
sorry.
so badly.
I never meant to use another term. I was just thinking, starting to understand what the difference between will and should for the first time.
Yeah.
Is there a case on that, Angie? Was that Angie?
Yes. No, there's no case on it. It's just
Where does it come from?
English language. I mean, when you
Oh,
say you
okay.
will do something,
okay.
as opposed to you should do something. No, there's no case on it. There is actually a case law, some case law though, saying shall is not mandatory.
Okay.
When you
that's
say
what I
you
was-
shall
all right.
do something, yeah,
All
and
right.
it's weird because I always understood shall to be like you're going to do it, but
All
the
right.
courts don't think that.
That's what I was thinking of. Sorry.
All right, now that we're all so much smarter for having that conversation. I say that laughingly because we wound up where we started. All right. Anything in the boxed text that anyone wants to quibble about? I like it. I think we can move on to the objectives. All right.
I've got a comment from Karen Helding that it was a suggestion, I don't know if it's appropriate in this document because I haven't seen it anywhere, but Objective E, new developments should incorporate green infrastructure strategies, blah, 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 blah. It was Karen's suggestion that it be added, these directives should be added to the appropriate city development and engineering standards. Is that something we are doing in this document? It's as a recommendation, it's a should, if that helps.
I mean, that could be a specific thing. I mean, I'll defer to Craig because a lot of this stuff is in the engineering standards, but,
Yeah, that would be a different document. I don't know that we want to get into the weeds in the growth policy about future engineering standard updates, but know that we are in the process of updating the engineering standards, and Karen was very influential in getting us to the point where we're close to that finish line. But yeah, I'm not sure that particular comment necessarily applies to the growth policy.
That works, thanks.
All right.
I had one, I remember from the hazards discussion, objective B, does Firewise need to be trademarked? Was that
Yes.
a thing?
Where did I miss that? Oh,
Right,
Good
yeah.
catch.
that was just a miss.
I wanted Richard to be here when I said that. Someone, if you see him before I do, please tell
I just forgot how to
him.
make the trademark symbol right now.
He heard it, he's running back up.
It's a T in a circle.
Actually,
TM
it
in
was
a circle.
Frank's comment. It wasn't Richard.
Well, good eye.
I'm an old trademark
No,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
I did do that on all the rest of them.
Richard's still on it.
So are we still anticipating the wildfire protection plan in 2026?
Yes, we've already kicked off our first meeting with our core team, and we should be doing it in August.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a completion? I mean, I remember talking to Alan about this. I promised somebody we would maybe get it done in 6 months, and back then it looked like that was on the agenda. Do we have a timeline for completion?
August of this year.
August of this year?
Mhm.
6
It's
months?
8 months, basically,
eight
from the
months.
date of the
Okay,
contract.
all right.
Which was a push. Every single consulting firm we interviewed said you should take 12 months minimum. But we did push this firm to work with us for 8 months because there was desire to get it done before the next fire season. So it's a little bit more of a rush process, but we will have public opportunities, open houses and stuff. But we're working hard.
Excellent, thank you.
There's a record of that in the last city council meeting. Didn't you discuss that?
I think I did during my manager's
Yeah,
report.
your manager report, okay. Yeah. It's, so if you wanted more information, Scott, it's all in there.
Thank you.
All right, anything else on 4? If not, we're going to move along to 5. Okay, number 5, here we are. Okay.
I have something to add if no one else wants to go first.
Go ahead.
Okay. So in goal 5, next to workforce housing, I would suggest that we add housing for year-round residents.
You could just say workforce and year-round residential housing.
That's fine too, whatever's
A little more
easiest.
compact, but
All right, do we have a second?
second.
Okay, everybody in favor of adding year-round residents to work for, and, yeah, there it is. Year-round
Workforce
resident.
and year-round residential housing.
Do we need a dash between
So
year-round?
delete housing after workforce.
Sorry. Oh, I got it. I got it.
Okay.
All right, all in favor of this? Raise your hands. Everybody, great. Okay, thanks, Mallory. Anything else on objective 5?
Going to the box.
Okay,
Alan,
goal 5.
I hate to even say it, but there seemed to be some argument about 76%
Yeah,
of
it was supposed-
Whitefish employees commute.
Supposed to be 60.
Depends on whose study you want to use.
We're going to use your study, thank you.
Well, there's 2 different ones. The GSBS economic study that was done a year ago said 76%. The housing needs assessment said 61. I mean, the GSBS was an economic development study, and they looked at commuter patterns, so
But they did that a year ago?
they did a year ago.
In 2025?
2 different studies with 2 different numbers. What I had said, what I had done another one was said 61 to 70,
That was-
approximately 61 to 76%.
That was going to be my suggestion.
Yeah, I can do that.
That's just what I was going to suggest.
Just one quick question. The
Yeah.
economic study, was that focused on the zip code or just city limits? Because the housing
Well, it
study
looked at the
is-
whole, it looked at the whole market area.
Because the housing assessment is 59937, so I'm not sure if that's the difference. So it could
have
be.
been. It
might
did
not
look
be.
at the whole market area. I don't have that. But yeah, but it did look at, it looked at out commuting and in commuting into the market area. I don't know. I'll just say that approximately 61 to 76%. That's correct.
I think just adding the word approximately, 75% or something, and, whatever, I think is fine. Give it some wiggle room.
I move to accept approximately 61 to 76%.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Raise your hands. Okay. Everyone, I keep feeling like I have to hold this button down to talk, and I don't know why, but it's making me really annoyed at myself. Okay. Anything else on goal 5? I kind of need to take a second to look back over some of the notes from today before because we had a few. And you guys jump in if you see something that you want to go back to on any of the goals. Mallory, go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah, for sure.
So goal 5, objective B, next to, so by supporting housing types and location, I'm asking that we say add, especially in and near commercial areas.
In and what?
Near commercial areas.
Doesn't bother me.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, raise your hands. Okay, great. Everybody.
I did put comma. Both of them on either side.
Does the verb back there need to change? You'd probably get it while reading through it again, but I think it might need to change to meets. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. It's 10:30.
And then goal 5, objective D, Rhonda's comment about deleting remote work. I agree with that comment.
Second.
Okay.
Question?
Go ahead.
No, call a question.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought you had to go. All right, everybody in favor of deleting remote work, raise your hand. Okay.
Not me.
Mike wants to work remotely. Go ahead. Okay, anything else on goal 5?
This is just kind of a statement, the economic that same objective. Economic stability should be strengthened by encouraging diversification beyond seasonal tourism. There was a number of comments in economic development that changes were made to not in any way, shape, or form talk about expanding beyond tourism. I'm not recommending a change here at all, but I just wanted to recognize that there were, the whole economic development section was rewritten to stress tourism, to not stress economic diversity. This will now be a little bit in conflict with the economic development piece. Again, I don't want to change it. I like what's here, but just so that everybody, when we start thinking about the rest of the plan and we go through what happens on Monday, we'll just be cognizant of the fact that there's a little disconnect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I don't have a problem with this as it is, so. Anything else on 5? Going once, going twice. We can revisit it again on the whole plan on Monday. So I do want to make sure that you guys know that. So we are going to wrap up land use tonight. I'm thinking that we will. But then when we go back over the whole plan, if someone has something that they would like to retouch on land use, because this is our first time getting through this, then we'll do that. Just, I don't want anybody to say, oh, don't. Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
Whitney, I don't think,
Yes.
we're wrapping up the goals and objectives in land use. I don't think we're going to wrap up the entirety of land use tonight.
Yeah, we saw the narrative,
I mean,
right?
well, willing to stay as long as you want, but
We do
that could
have,
take.
yeah, it could take a while.
Yeah.
I'm just being very optimistic that there are no other changes. No, just kidding. So, yeah, we're gonna make it as far as we can. We've discussed, a couple of us independently back here in the break, where do we go after goals and objectives? There, you know, Thomas, are you still here with us, and can we hear you now?
I am. Can you hear me now?
We can, it's much better, thank you.
Good.
Thank you to our sound people and the
Thanks,
people
IT.
who are still back there, sound team. Yeah, I don't think it was on your end, I think it might have been on our end. So thanks for hanging in here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, Frank, go ahead.
I've got
You're
nothing.
like-
I'm just, I'm ready to go.
Okay, yeah, so, if you have heard us, Thomas, then we've made it through goals and objectives, as much as we're doing now, and then, to jump into place types, to me, sounds like the most logical thing, because after we look at place types, then we can go into the narrative, and whatever doesn't fit with our definition of each place type, we can whittle down from there. But I'm open to, if there's some other big goal, big idea that you guys want to start with, because place types are going to get us into the weeds really quickly. But I think that we kind of have to go into the weeds really quickly right now. But I'm open to suggestions from staff or other commission members, if there's some other way you'd like to tackle this. If not, we're going to go directly into place types. Hold your breath, but still talk.
I'm just trying to find them.
Okay, yeah, and this is where we do, as you guys made a few changes, Thomas, on place types from our most recent meeting.
That's right. We removed the Heritage Downtown place type area pursuant to the last meeting and the request of the planning commissioners. And we did make a slight amendment to the Heritage Urban Neighborhood area to accommodate for the sub-area located west of Spokane Avenue to allow quadplexes.
Okay. What page are you on, Alan? Because now I think we all,
My document, I'm on page, you should have the same, 16.
26 on the
26.
link
okay,
through the agenda.
thank you.
So that's consistent with vote we already took, right?
Consistent with what?
The vote
Sorry.
we already took on, what are we talking about? Downtown heritage
Yeah, I
versus
just,
neighborhood, whatever.
I want to go through place types, but if we start with the change that was made to make sure that we all agree, now that we're together, that the change is correct. Does anybody have something to say, talk about, add to what was done? Sorry, I'm still trying to get there. That is not page 26 on my current. Okay, it is. All right.
My concern last time was fourplexes. I did not want to see that in there. I believe I was outvoted on that, but
Scott, there already are in some of the edge areas of, particularly that area that was downtown, that are already fourplexes and larger.
Oh, turn your mic on, Frank.
And so I think what this is, and again, it's going to be a zoning cleanup effectively of where in these the fourplexes are going to be. It's not fourplexes are allowed every place.
In this place type, you mean?
In this place type.
Okay.
They're going to be in certain edge areas of the place type, as I understand it, based on what we said last time.
Yeah, I mean, in the current zoning allows up to 18 units by right or infinity units with an administrative conditional use permit because it's our highest density residential. So, one of the things we might do is scale that back to not allow any more than 4 units, at least as a use by right. So someone could convert a older houses, but we also, one of the other things and one of the reasons why we had added that downtown one, because we had some specific standards that we were going to add with regard to protecting the character and the height of buildings. There were some specific things limiting the height of them to a certain height that were in that downtown district that you guys took out, that isn't currently, in the heritage urban neighborhood. But that's one of the reasons we added that one, so we could have some specific standards to keep people from consolidating, buying a bunch of lots and building big buildings. There was a lot of stuff in there that were protections that aren't going to be in here anymore, but just so you know that.
So can I quote a specific example, Dave, that I know you're probably familiar with?
Leave it
right?
in there.
My neighborhood, which would be heritage, urban, right?
Yes.
And there was a structure that went across the street from me. I think it might actually have been the one where the 2-foot wall thing made a change. At one point, you told me that was a triplex. I think it looks and behaves like a duplex. I mean, that's a large, blocky building. So are you saying that in that neighborhood, a fourplex would then be allowed?
Right now, it's specific to that area of downtown.
Okay,
It's not talking about your neighborhood.
all right.
Yeah.
Not just for frame of reference, not
Yeah,
because I don't
there
want-
are some areas that have that heritage downtown that might be other areas that are zone high density right
Okay.
now that covers over.
All right.
That would impact, their zoning as we go forward, but, we
Well, that
haven't gone
clarifies.
parcel by parcel to evaluate that.
Okay, so we had voted on that already.
Yeah,
Are we
I've already
gonna
been
have a
outvoted.
motion to change it or nothing?
You haven't been outvoted yet.
Oh, well,
Well, no, Frank, I'm sorry. We did vote on that language already, and it's just, I think if we want to change it at this point, we need a motion or something?
This was the directed redraft, and what we're now talking about is this redraft what we wanted? So the answer is, yes, we voted on it, that's how we got this, but we haven't approved finally. And so I guess the discussion is this what we wanted to say or not? So that's my perception of where we are.
That's why I'm bringing us here to look at it, because we said we need language and then kind of left it at Thomas, write language for us. So now we're reviewing the language that Thomas wrote. And I'm just asking if anybody has any questions on this. The question I have, Alan, is when you did your presentation to everyone earlier, did you have, I feel like there was a 6, like there could be 6 units next to, and what you wrote, where did I?
You was talking about the downtown one where we had reduced it from 18 to 6.
And then it reverted.
The earlier version
Yeah.
is 6, and then it's been reduced again to 4.
Okay, thanks. That's
correct.
very quick, and you did a great job, but I was like, wait a second, did I see what I think I saw? Okay. All right, so everyone who's in favor of the way that this is written, raise your hands. We moved to accept what we already did, I guess. Everyone, anybody against it? Okay,
Hey, Whitney.
yes.
Can I just ask, and I want some feedback on this. So it feels like before we go through each place type, it feels like we need to talk through kind of all the public comment we got around like the density going in 75 or like 75% of the density going within a mile zone before we get into the place types. Because I feel like depending on how that discussion goes will guide if and how we change the place types, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess that's chicken or the egg, because I thought about both ways, and it's like we have to do one to be able to do the other. That proposal are you talking about that we just got yesterday.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
today.
for like Crandall or Rambla and even, you know,
And
like
Shelter
Shelter
Whitefish.
WF, like they have maybe different versions of how that would play out, but it feels like we need to have that kind of bigger discussion, because then depending on how that discussion goes, may depend on how, if at all, we change kind of some of those place types. That's kind of how I'm envisioning it. And so I just feel like that would be helpful, for at least for me personally, with how my brain works.
I understand,
Go ahead.
Mallory, and I think that the main difference between the Heart of Whitefish version of the 1 mile radius and the Shelter WF version was increased densities in your version. Is that numerically, is that correct? Sorry, Alan.
I think the other fundamental thing is
Alan, nobody can hear you except
I
us.
guess the fundamental difference is the Crandall Rambula one shows a radius, and it says within this radius is where the housing should go. But there's also been this statement that no neighborhood should be exempt, but everybody should experience change. So that version would be looking at the place types in some areas and maybe allowing triplexes and fourplex. The Crandall Rambula one is focusing it just on the downtown, right? And that's not, so it depends if you just want to focus on the downtown or if you want to equitably distribute it among all of the areas. I also have some questions about how that radius was formed. That radius actually does not normally follow what we call the downtown. It's been pushed over to the north. So
Yeah, that
that's the other
circle does not make,
The-
I mean,
the
I
circle
like the
doesn't
idea, but
work.
that circle does not make sense.
The circle
I think that's an important part.
First and central, or second and central, or
Hello?
second and Baker, but it's been kind of pushed north.
Okay,
So I don't know if
does
it's working.
Craig have something to add?
I think it's important to note that the most recent map that was provided by Crandall or Rambula shifted the downtown center from Second and Central to First and Central. And so it kind of leaves out a little part of the southern portion, but that's something we should look at, you know, when we're looking at the, you know, that downtown map.
I haven't been able to, I haven't tried enough to zoom in to see exactly where that is.
I can
and-
put it up.
No, I know you put it up, but I haven't zoomed in to see where the borders are. I don't know how much. Or you said you can put it up,
I
or you
could.
did?
The radius used to go to the river.
Yeah.
The radius used to go to the river, and the radius been pushed a block away from the river.
Is it now a quarter of a mile, or is it still a mile?
The radius is the same, just where they put where the axis is has been moved
Okay.
a couple of blocks. It doesn't line up to what we generally have said is right at the center. It's, for whatever reason, that circle's been pushed to the north. If you want to see it, I can show you the difference.
I mean, I don't need to see a difference. I need us to have some consensus on, do we want to set a radius for higher density? Is that a plan? I mean, it seems a little bit arbitrary to me.
The easier thing to do would just be to attack the place type.
Yeah,
Sorry to
place-
interrupt you, Madam Chair.
No,
Shelter White WF had a really, I just speaking personally for myself, I like their approach better. Instead of taking a little circle and focusing, they actually are just saying, look at the individual place types and change some of the allowances in the place types. To me, it made it more equitable throughout the city.
Yeah, I'm a fan of continuing to look at place types. I'm gonna go back to that. But we can pull up a different map. I think we just need, now we have okayed the place type that got reverted. So we've done like half of a place type so far, right? We've done half of heritage urban. 'Cause the other half, we haven't talked about what it is. We just talked about this one that got changed from heritage downtown back to heritage urban. Yes, Frank?
I guess this is a really kind of random question. What we think is a problem is somebody coming in and buying up 4 lots and putting 25 or 30 units on them, and, okay, so they take 4 lots and they put 4 fourplexes on them, or whatever you want to say, and create this monster. Is there a way, either through our zoning or otherwise, that we could, this is a, again, broader theoretical question, because one of the things that affects affordability is the ground and how much you can put on it, and in particular, how much you put on it affects the affordability of it. Because at $400 a square foot, or whatever it is these days, you know, that's $400,000 for 1,000 square feet. So when we start looking at these and we start talking about these neighborhoods, are we going to be able to restrict or zone for restricting the number of square feet involved, or the footprints that are involved, and ensure that lots can't be combined to create those massive
So
things?
if you look on page 64 of the plan,
Yep.
there's a number 7 there, and it's one of the recommended actions. It says create character-based standards for the zoning districts that are contained within the heritage urban neighborhood place type.
Okay.
And it talks about to preserve the city, to preserve this character over time, the city may consider the following strategies. Establish a new zoning designation tailored to these neighborhoods that prioritizes compatibility with existing development patterns. Potential standards could include reducing maximum building height from 35 to 28 feet to better align with the predominantly 1 to 2 story neighborhood context. Limit building footprint expansion to a maximum of 120% of existing structures footprint for projects involving demolition and replacement. Restricting lot size increases or lot consolidations to prevent out-of-scale development and ensure new construction remains consistent with the established neighborhood fabric.
I like it.
So there's specific stuff in the text of the zoning that we can work on that'll
good.
do that.
Thank you. You answered the question, Dave.
Can I make a comment kind of to your point, Frank? So I don't want to take too much time, but I've read this book called The Affordable City by Shane Phillips, and this kind of concept around like how do we get the housing that is going to be both deed restricted and maybe naturally affordable without getting out of scale. And I imagine you guys are going to talk about this more, but I just feel like this is, for me, this helps me understand another approach. So it says eliminating density limits while retaining other development standards, including FAR, is a way of creating more homes, a greater diversity of homes and households, without significantly changing the physical character of the neighborhood. In a neighborhood zone for single-family homes and a maximum building size of 2,400 square feet, nothing except single-family homes will be built, most of them at or near 2,400 square foot limits. With density limits eliminated, the maximum building size is still 2,400 square feet, but it can shelter 2 households in a duplex of 1,200 square foot units, 3 and 800 square foot apartments, or 4 small households of 600 square feet each. The buildings essentially look the same, but they offer a wide range of prices and serve a wider range of household arrangements and phases in people's lives. It's estimated that more than half of owner-occupied homes in the United States have at least 1 spare bedroom, representing at least 44 million empty rooms. Allowing homes that serve a wider range of household types, whether they can be childless couples, single-parent households, college students, other adults, or otherwise, would keep prices lower and avoid much of this wasted space. So I just kind of want to bring that kind of into the conversation as well. I don't know that that's something we'll deal with right now, because that feels like it's getting into the weeds, but with some of these place types, is it possible that we kind of highlight that, you know, we don't want to see these 5,000 square foot McMansions, but that doesn't mean we can't figure out how to allow density within that scale.
I concur. I think that's a good concept.
Madam Chair, I've got one quick question.
Go ahead.
Sort of, we do have Thomas as a resource, and assuming that he has looked at both of those, both versions of the 1 mile radius thing, I would at least like to get his thoughts on what he read and how it compares to what we've said.
Yeah, thank you. Thomas, if you're there and if you have looked at these 2 two proposals, if you can give us any information or feedback on that as far as our plan goes and how that might relate to place types.
Sure, Madam Chair. So we did look at the 1 mile radius map, and we've done our own 1 mile radius map as well. And I would say that it is worth noting that currently all of the zoning designations within that area do allow for duplexes within those zoning designations, whether they're single family or otherwise. It's also worth noting that we designated place types that include mixed neighborhood place types, which allow for singles, duplexes, triplexes, quads, and multifamilies, as well as neighborhood center, which is also located within the 1 mile radius, which allows for multifamily and a variety of housing typologies as well. The compact suburban, which is also located, the compact suburban place type, which is also located within the 1 mile radius, also allows for singles, doubles, triplex, quads, and small multifamilies as well, is also located within the 1 mile radius. Really, the suburban area is primarily the suburban area and the urban heritage are the two areas that are probably the lowest density, but they still allow for duplexes. So to Planning Commissioner Mallory's point, which is a good one, they would allow for a 2,400 square foot unit to be 1,200 square foot duplex units. And I think that that is accommodated within those place typologies. So it does allow for a variety. It's not recommending homogeneity, i.e. fourplexes throughout the entire 1 mile radius, but it does allow for different place types.
Thank you, Thomas. And I don't want to keep Thomas hanging on. I forgot you were there. I'm sorry. I don't want him just waiting in the wings while we.
You guys are good. I'm hanging out with you.
So thank you. Any other questions that Thomas can help us with, or things that staff even sees that we need to know? At this point, I have to say I'm not that troubled by most of our place types. I think that things look pretty good. So the place types are what they are to me at this point, and I think that there are some bigger other conversations we need to have. So go ahead, Mike.
I have some specifics about the place types brought up by Shelter WF, which do seem that we do need to address, and that is that some zones are classified as suburban neighborhoods now that are currently zoned WR3. I realize this isn't a zoning discussion as of yet, but the suburban neighborhood designation does limit, based on its statement, what we could actually put there. And Alan, you would like to jump on that? I don't know, there were 3 examples, one of which was not material, but 2 of them were noteworthy in the place types map that do seem to be a down zone.
Compact suburban is fourplex. Suburban allows up to duplex. What exactly information do you need, Mike?
Okay.
Do you want a map?
Yeah, if you put the map up.
You want the place type map?
The place.
Or you want a GIS to see what the zonings are?
I can tell you what the zonings are. I have it up here, but the place type map, just so everybody will know what I'm getting at. This seems to be something we can address tonight without talking about large topics. There's specific areas that just look to be, maybe the brush was a little bit broad when it was painted.
Thomas just reminded me my mic was not on.
Mike, so could I ask one quick question, like a general question that relates? Angie, there's been a lot of discussion about upzoning and downzoning. If this map calls for quote-unquote downzoning, is that a legal problem for us? I mean, is downzoning in general, is this a one-way street for us? Well, upzone only?
No, I don't think so.
So we can downzone?
Pardon me?
We can downzone, is
You
that
can
correct?
you can downzone, you can upzone. Your zoning, your zoning approval. Well, I guess your interest in your zoning designation doesn't really vest in Montana until you have a building permit. We traditionally do not downzone as a matter of policy, but as a legal issue, again, it's not a problem unless you have a building permit or building your house and all of a sudden can't build your house.
And
So-
if I may be clear, the downzoning I'm talking about is that if we call something a suburban neighborhood, it will limit the zones that we can, the zoning that we can apply to that, to suburban neighborhood. They need to be consistent. That was what I've learned from the consultants, and if I'm wrong about that, correct me. But I think that the zoning needs to be consistent. So if we look at Mountain Park Drive, which is just to the west of the golf course, there is a kind of an N-shaped place where Mountain Park, you see Mountain Park Drive there, right? Yep, you got it.
Yeah.
The bottom half of that suburban neighborhood district there is currently zoned WR3. And that would preclude, calling it suburban neighborhood would preclude it remaining a WR3.
I think this is the one Thomas said they agreed, and was this the one, Thomas, that you said was a miss and should probably be fixed?
There were a couple of areas that we noted over the course of the past week or so where we kind of looked at the edges, and this could be a fix. With that being said, we could fix it and give it a different place type. The characteristics, the form, the function of that area feels suburban. There are some multifamily in that area that are a part of and integrated into that neighborhood, but from a place type perspective, it feels suburban. So we designated it as a suburban place type. With that being said, we could go in there and get a bit more granular with regard to a place type and give it a mixed or a higher or a compact suburban place type that might accommodate those specific buildings. It's worth noting that just from a general perspective, that when you think about place types may have and should have different zoning designations under them, right? The mixed neighborhood place type may have some commercial zoning that lie under them, some multifamily zoning designations that lie under them, and some single-family designations that lie under them. The place type describes the character as you walk around the neighborhood, what you feel and how you experience, but not the parcel lines. The zoning is the parcel lines. Our goal with the growth policy was to stay at about 30,000 feet and to keep it at more of a character perspective. That being said, if you wanted to go a bit more granular, we can certainly do that, and we could clean up some of those edges. But just because something in this particular area, for example, is designated as a suburban place type, doesn't mean that everything that lies under it would be a suburban zoning district or a single only or a duplex only. It could have areas that are multifamily. It's describing the character. Zoning describes the actual use.
Thomas, just a quick question. I mean, in that situation, for instance, like on Highway 93 West, you know, our corridor plan for that calls for the north side of Highway 93 to be a transitional zone, which allows things like artisan manufacturing, other types of commercial uses in there, as well as, you know, offices and all that kind of stuff. Should there be more, should we look at the description more specifically for that place type to call out arterials that may have different zoning types depending, or is that the best way to address it? Because I know it's hard to go from a linear based code where you're looking at a place type and trying to decide what zoning districts should go in there based on that place type, like it's a future land use map, which it's not, but we have to somehow rely on the description or something else to be able to determine when we get to our zoning map or decide what zoning needs to change in the city, you know, we have to somehow rely on the growth policy for that. So do you have a way to address that?
So that's a good point. We could address that by way of the narrative, by way of what's in the description for the place type. Dave, what area were you talking about particularly? How far north on 93?
So Highway 93, basically from the bridge on 93, just out of downtown, all the way out to Caro Avenue, for instance. That's where that the growth policy called for a industrial, not an industrial, but a transitional zone. It's like a residential transitional that would allow like a butcher shop or a furniture maker. But the zoning stayed R3. Like the only property that changed their zoning to that was out on the old Idaho timber site, the yards. But none of the individual property owners, because the city didn't make that change. We left it up to the individual property owners. But that whole area out there is zone WR3, and it's a mix of, you know, multifamily units and single family homes all the way out past the golf, or to the golf course at least. And so, yeah, I mean, that is an area that if you're saying a suburban place type only allows, you know, 1 and 2 family houses, again, you know, the growth policy helps us to decide what the zoning needs to be. So somewhere the flexibility needs to be built into the language, or maybe it's that chart that you have of what's appropriate. But somehow a qualifier, kind of like we just did on the downtown, saying, well, in certain areas, maybe it's okay to have higher density, even though it's a suburban place type.
Yeah. So again, with regard to the place type, it does, excuse me, it does really assess the character of the area. And so if there is an area, a sub area within the suburban place type that tends to be more multifamily or may have some neighborhood commercial uses, we could look at redesignating that as a different place type. That's probably preferable to changing too much of the narrative in the suburban place type, because the suburban place type does have a characteristic that is typically 1s and 2s normally. There could be 3s and quads, but that is more of an anomaly in that place type. So we could start to look at defining that area as maybe as a different place type. I think when you get to things like the mixed neighborhood, et cetera, I think that tends to accommodate more zoning designations, zoning district designations, and we can probably accommodate that by way of the narrative. But in the suburban area, we'd probably want to, maybe we look at that with a little bit closer, a little closer knife maybe, and we start to maybe think about a different place type designation. But again, I do want to make it very, very, very clear that just because something's designated suburban does not mean everything within that suburban place type is going to be just 1s and 2s in terms of zoning designations. We're defining the character. The zoning under that could be different and or already defined. For example, in many of the mixed neighborhood areas, for example, there's a significant amount of commercial zoning that already lie under them. So we say they're mixed neighborhood where they allow neighborhood commercial, but under them lies commercial zoning currently, and that would not be eliminated.
So I have a question, Thomas. When you said there were a few areas that you thought might need to be looked at more closely, or you could get granular, or you could change a portion, I would like to know what those are at this point. If there are ones that we're thinking like, maybe that's not right, or this section, I know that we just identified one, but at this point in the process, how do we, I mean, I am not an expert on all of these areas. You know, I know Whitefish relatively well, but I can't tell you if out behind the golf course there's some, you know, I don't know how to know that. I need you guys to tell me this could be changed or should be changed, rather than doing it with verbiage or with zoning later. And I understand zone, that helps me a lot to know that zones can be different within place types, to know that there's already a lot of commercial that's underlying mixed use. I mean, I think a lot of these fears are kind of assuaged once we realize that's already there, this is already there. But if there are some of these place types that maybe anybody is having a second thought, like that could be different, like a sizable portion of it, then I don't know when we're gonna do that.
I mean, that area jumped out, you know, the Highway 93 West, also between Wisconsin and Colorado. That's all of our high-density residential. We have a bunch of apartment complexes in there. I think the place type map shows that as another suburban area.
How do we fix
and
that?
Great question for Thomas.
How do you fix that, Thomas?
Okay, magic is the way. No, actually, what we do is there were a couple of areas that I think have been pointed out over the course of the past week or so that we actually think are worth considering some changes. I think that, for example, you had asked for some specifics. I think that Keegan at Shelter Whitefish had brought up the area south of 7th Street over near Ashlar Avenue. And I think we had designated that as a suburban place type.
Say that area again, I'm sorry.
Sure, it's 7th Street, south of
Asher.
7th Street at Ashlar Avenue. That's correct. That area over there, I think we had designated that as a suburban place type. I think that area, up on additional analysis, does include some multifamily apartments. That area could be a mixed neighborhood area. It's got a mix of densities over there, and that area could be recommended for change. That makes sense.
That's what you see with the hatches.
The area over, if we're going south on 93 and we're over at, give me 2 seconds, I'm looking at the address, the location.
North of River Lakes Parkway.
Well, that's one, but let me do one more before then. Give me 1 second. It would be near kind of the area off of, let me see, what's this? Ackers Lane. I think it's the east side of Ackers Lane over there. I think that we had that area dedicated. This would be kind of east of the Town Place Suites. I think we had that area designated as corridor commercial because there was a single parcel over there. That area is probably better as compact suburban. So that maybe we had that as too much density in that particular location. The other area you just located or noted was north of River Lakes Parkway. That area we had as suburban, but I think that is a senior center and or assisted living facility. It kind of functions as a multi-family area, and I think it's got a WR4 zoning designation. That area could probably go to mixed neighborhood. And so there are a few areas that as we looked at it, we agree with some of Keegan's comments and some others that those could be upzone, or dare I say upzoned, I should say place type changed for purposes of the growth policy mapping.
So Thomas, like some of those areas like Highway 93 West or between Wisconsin and Colorado, would a compact suburban designation cover that?
So say that second one again.
So there's a couple
Wisconsin
areas
and
that are
what?
currently zone high density, like along Highway 93 West, on either
Yeah.
side of that, all the way out to the golf course, and then on either side of Wisconsin Avenue, all the way over to Colorado, there's a big swath in there that's all our high density residential. That a lot of that's called out as suburban, but maybe a compact suburban place type would be more.
That could be compact suburban, which allows for a greater
Range, yeah.
a greater range of land uses. Yeah, that's correct. So some of those areas could be revised. Yeah.
One quick question, Madam Chair. So Dave, in that area out the Springs, didn't we approve a significant increase in housing, not assisted living, but, I mean, like a lot of units, isn't it? That coming online?
Yeah, they updated their PUD to be able to build a bunch more, residential, long-term care, I don't know, whatever you call it.
Well, there's something like, for people who don't need assistance, and then
Yeah, but
it
they
scales
have
up to.
medical
They
staff
added
on.
assisted living under a
Yeah.
PUD, and then there's also like other housing that went in
Yeah.
around there that's not assisted living and not long-term care.
I don't know,
But
silver sneakers. or
next to
something.
the next to the wetlands, because
Yeah,
that
I mean,
was
it's
a
all zoned
huge-
R4 and through there, yeah.
Yeah, so it already is. So like, if our current place type map doesn't reflect that, like what is the
I
timing?
mean, the zoning would stay the same unless we actively change that, right? And so, I mean, there's areas that maybe not consistent with the place type and the zoning, but they could just remain the same. The only question comes up in the future if project comes in there and you have to decide, is this consistent with the growth policy?
Yeah.
But then it would be more about the place type, like as long as it's developed consistent with this place type, which is more form-based, then I think that's probably okay. But I agree with Thomas. It might be worth making a few changes to this between now and Monday, and then coming back and looking at it, just to like with the compact suburban for some of these areas, just to save trouble down the road. Because as planners, we're the ones that have to like wring our hands over stuff when people come in for zone changes, and we try to decide if they're consistent with the growth policy.
Well, and also to have discussions going forward. If we're talking about place types, and I mean, we've only seen a couple of place types where neighborhoods have come out and said, that is not our place type, we will not stand for that, do not. And now if, paint with a pretty broad brush, and I understand that zones can be different, but as a growth policy, how do we say, yes, let's move forward and let's okay this if we're going to change it? I mean, I understand that we're going to change it every 3 years, but to start, we need to have it how we understand it should be now.
Yeah, as close as we can get to perfect, and then knowing we can change it.
Okay, can we do that between now and Monday? Can you do that, Thomas, between now and Monday? And I don't know how to say, because I literally do not know
I mean,
how to change.
I can work with them,
We-
Alan and I, and
I mean,
yeah, tomorrow.
Madam Chair, we can easily do that. In fact, our team played with that a little bit today, and so we've already made some of those changes on an internal map, and so we can easily do that for you to clean up those edges.
okay, thank you so much. And then can that be shared with us, like tomorrow or during the day, Monday, so before? I mean, I'm
Absolutely.
sorry, I'm really struggling with how to proceed with place types and I don't know, we're having a lot of potential changes, and when we look at a mile radius, and place types are the most important thing, so, yeah.
Yeah, and this stuff, we're all struggling with the timeline of this to be able
For
to
sure.
go through it with a fine-tooth comb and make sure stuff's accurate. And there's some stuff that might just have to fall by the wayside for now, but
Yeah.
the bigger things I do think we need to try to address.
I think place types are bigger things. This is kind of like what we're hinging this whole land use portion on. So I'm going to go ahead and move that we wait to talk about place types until adjustments are made to the map, and that's given back to us. And so, yeah, that's my motion, that we wait to talk about place types till after that.
Second.
All right.
That's
Okay.
why I have one item of discussion. I just
Yes.
want to make sure, since we got off on this fruitful line of discussion from Mike's initial comment, I just want to make sure that we're addressing what you raised.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
So, I mean, in summary, it's basically those areas that are zoned R3 and R4 to reevaluate those for whether they should be a compact suburban place type.
Yeah,
And
that's
those
just-
large areas, not necessarily one lot here or there, but
It
there's
was
the
just to
large
get the low-
swaths.
Yeah,
Yep.
just to get the low-hanging fruit comments that
Mhm.
are correct, that may have addressed, are addressing potential real problems with it. Yeah, so that's a great start. Beautiful.
Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but I feel like we're gonna come back on Monday, talk about place types, mixed use, and then, and I will say we have to talk about mixed use. We have to talk about where that term is. We have to talk about, but I'm not comfortable doing that until place types are set, because to me, that happens within the conversational place types. Any thoughts on that?
Does it get us out of here sooner?
Yeah, it does. That's why I just made
Got
up
my
all of
vote.
that. No, I'm
kidding.
I really think we have to have the place type map reflecting these questions that we're asking about specific areas before we can do the work that we have to do. So that's my thoughts. Anyone objecting to us being done tonight?
The only question I would raise, like we're still gonna have a ton of work to do on Monday, is like another big issue that came up 2 meetings ago and last meeting was the Park Knoll. And to me, I guess maybe that does a little bit hinge on place types, but I think there's just a major issue there, or a question as to whether or not we're gonna develop there at all, right? Whether or not that is a suitable zone. And I'm wondering if we can have that conversation now to at least tackle that, so it's one less thing to deal with on Monday.
I think Frank wants to answer that about we are not developing it.
Yeah,
Yeah, we are
there's
not.
the concerns that they raised. I mean, Alan's covered it, we've covered it a number of times, and I covered it directly with the people that showed up. The city of Whitefish is not interested, nor would we approve in any form or fashion the development of a wetland. It's just not even on the table.
Well, but
There is like a corner of it that arguably maybe isn't, but do we want to go there? I'm not saying we have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alan.
If you
wanna
remember, we
weigh
had
in?
the discussion about the maps that we were gonna have. This is a wetland map that I got made today, and if you look at that place type, because there was a lot of talk about the wetland, Dave, you can help me, but I can show you. It's not, we would not be able to, it's right in here.
Yeah.
So that's the wetland that's being addressed. It's not the entire site. We wouldn't be able to develop into a wetland anyway. But that kind of puts it in perspective of like how big the wetland is. It's not like a gigantic circle, it's a corridor.
Understanding that there's guidelines for prohibitions for developing under
Right.
wetland.
It's
Yeah.
very,
It doesn't-
very
And,
difficult.
and that same
Very difficult.
swale went through the Whitetail Ridge development,
Yeah.
and they put a buffer around it and was able to work and protect that and be able to
does-
put a trail in there and all that stuff as part of
Packed
that.
a lot of density.
It doesn't preclude the place type. It doesn't preclude, the questions that the residents have about commercial and whatnot are separate from the wetland question, which is, as Frank said, they're not gonna develop in a wetland. It's just, we never have, things have come up but there's a lot of land there.
It's 50 acres.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
There's a corridor, but it's not a big lake.
And Thomas added language into the text that talks about, any commercial development should be along Baker and next to Highway 93 and not scattered out through the whole site,
Right.
which
So
is
if-
appropriate.
Right, excuse me. So if we agree that there are prohibitions and structures for how to deal with the wetland itself, the place type in and of itself is the question, is what some residents are fighting against.
Mixed, but that doesn't mean the whole thing's mixed use.
Because we
It's
could put
mixed
3 or 4
types of
different-
residential, yeah.
There are 3 or 4 different zones, zoning designations.
But some
that we could put in
appropriate
there.
commercial could be added
Okay.
next to arterials.
Just so we
basically, yeah.
frame this discussion as not anything to do, frankly, about wetlands. It's about whether we want to develop that site at all. That's my thinking on it. Just,
Yeah.
Marty, I didn't
And
jump into your stuff there.
To that point, 60-foot buildings would not be allowed all over that site. It only,
Right, and that's not correct. That any mixed-use building being 60-foot high is not, it's where the zoning is. It's whether it's zoned downtown.
In heavy commercial.
downtown or industrial. It's not every mixed-use building.
To me, I think we need to have a map of B and zoom in and say, this is what the place type is for B. This is the commercial area that is now commercial. These are the wetlands. This is the area that could be developed. You know, show what's possible now and what the place type is. And then from there, you know, what are the potential changes? I think it's more about information than us changing, like giving them information so they can see it, which it's already available, but it's hard to visually see it if you can't on your own computer zoom in on a map and see, oh, that's commercial on 93, that's this, you know.
So I have the existing conditions data, which I was giving you. It's easy enough for me to put that up and you can actually see in the colors. I don't have the wetland in a layer that I can overlay, but I have everything else. So you could look at wherever I want, whatever you want on this existing conditions map and see what's there. And,
Yeah.
and I can turn the zoning on and off or whatever.
Yeah, for our
Do that in real
discussion.
time.
I just want to be clear in what we discussed, that we are considering and responding to public comment. You know, so at this point, there's no more comment from them to us, but there will be to council, and it's going to be easier for council to answer questions if we deliberate fully, and then, you know, what we send on has our suggestion from what we looked at that they understood, so council's not fielding the same
And if,
questions.
you know, you guys could
again.
choose to direct us to split that 50 acres into two place types. You know, the lower half that's, on, you know, from down the hill to the Highway 93, that mix, and then the upper portion could be, you know, suburban or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
But
Frank, sorry, were you raising your hand, Frank?
No.
Or okay, just.
So I have one more.
Go ahead. Okay.
In the public comment, there was, Karin and Rhonda both pointed out that we have a lot of historic mapping information available on historic districts, and there has been virtually no discussion of that. It was my understanding coming in is that the heritage place type was a sort of a euphemism for historic because of the kind of the charged nature of that word for everybody, which I recognize. But I do think that we should have some discussion about a historic overlay, because it has been raised, and credibly.
Thank you for that, Scott. Can you guys, is there anything that you can provide us map-wise of what's already available in Whitefish historic?
I mean, Alan put together a map of the age of all the buildings in town. You know, just because something's old doesn't mean it's valuable
Yeah,
or worth
for sure.
or worth maintaining. You know, but there are historic neighborhoods. For instance, you know, like behind the post office, like in your neighborhood, a lot of neat homes that were probably built in the 20s, 30s.
Before.
And that are generally intact. You know, you could think about, you know, the railway district, which has all these beautiful, great homes. Unfortunately, it's zoned with our downtown zoning, so there's not a whole lot we can do to protect it because we can't really slap a overlay on it and keep it from 60-foot buildings from going in there. I wish there was a way to do that, and we're kind of trying to figure that out. And there, you know, there's a few neighborhoods, but the historic homes are smattered in with, you know, redevelopment, remodels. Even in the neighborhood behind the post office, there's some brand new building going in right now with a giant timber frame going in that doesn't look like any of the other stuff in there, but it's a single family house, right? So, I mean, change is happening through those things. We can identify it, but you know, we don't have like a neighborhood that we can say we can draw a line around it, you know, necessarily. But that heritage urban, Scott's right, that term heritage was kind of a euphemism for historic. And that's why we had that section that I read to Frank earlier about like trying to protect the quality of things and the form of things. But, you know, even with a historic district, you can't keep people from tearing stuff down, and it's limited. I mean, you can tell people what they can build, but it's only if everyone agrees to do it. I mean, it's really challenging to set up those kinds of historic districts. But
So I think Rhonda had a couple of maps that were attached that came from a study that, I think it was a transportation study, I don't remember exactly, and it's been a while. But Karin was making some really good points. I mean, to kind of shelter F's concern, I've always sort of looked at the old railroad houses that are, built out of stolen materials as affordable housing, right, that we're losing every time one gets knocked down. And I mean, I don't know if that's true. I mean, if one gets plowed and then we can, and it allows for a duplex, I think that would be your position, right? So I'm not saying that those ratty old foundations built on rocks that I've crawled under many, many, many times, right, are necessarily sacrosanct. But I do think it's important to have the discussion. So I would like to.
And discuss what?
Well, there were some specific suggestions that were made about how to do a historic districting. So.
Thomas, do you have any experience with a historic overlay, or do you have anything specifically Whitefish that you know about map-wise that somebody's made? Alan?
So-
Thomas?
I'm not aware of any historic overlays, but I would say that one of our recommendations that really stems from the place typology is looking at the heritage urban neighborhood. We would recommend that as you move into zoning ordinance work, zoning district designation, that you look at designations rather than overlays. You look at district designations for those areas. And it doesn't mean historic designations, because they may not be designated historic pursuant to the Department of the Interior. But rather than overlays, let's start to look at, when we get into zoning ordinance work, I think that you all should look at designations, district designations that start to take into account the historic character, the built fabric, the pattern, the form. Take that into account as a district designation. Many communities across the country are starting to do that, trying to get away from overlays, which can be a little bit cumbersome for both planning commission and city council as you start to look at zoning issues, et cetera. We would recommend that you think of those as districts.
That makes sense to me.
Could I just
Dana,
remind
go
you
ahead.
guys, I know it's a late night, so it's hard to remember what you did also on the last late night, but you did add a goal objective to goal 1 to explore options with regard to historic preservation, including historic overlay zones, preservation incentives, and public education. I think you nailed that with your objectives so that can be looked at in the future.
Okay, and that will happen after place type, and so it would be.
That would be part of the zoning.
Yeah,
Zoning
okay.
work, but you have it as an
That's what
objective
district is,
within
right?
your goal 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I think you're covered. We aren't going to get into the
Sounds
zoning
good.
aspects and doing stuff in the place types. I think this is an overlay, which means we're doing stuff over everything else.
I'm comfortable
Okay.
with that.
Makes sense. All right.
Last note-
Designation.
Last note for resources for everybody, in case in the most recent land use public comment, Rhonda's comments with a bunch of map descriptions, and she included things started at page 4.
Okay.
210. So anybody that wants to look at that
And
can
and
look at
that's
that.
what I was talking about.
Okay.
It was that.
Well, just for everybody's.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, we all have tasks to do going forward. Thomas, thank you. I think that getting that map to us will be helpful. Just, I guess, Alan, upload it, but if you can shoot us a message to let us know, or email it to us, I guess. Okay, but can you let us know when it's there? I mean, I check every 5 minutes, but it would be nice to get a message. Okay, so I think we've covered matters from the board. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of want folks to think about going into next week, and I'm sure I will probably offend someone when I say this, but it really feels like this board continues to center those neighbors that have established homes over neighbors who maybe are working in Whitefish but can't live here, maybe neighbors who live outside of the downtown core. I just keep going back to like Edgewood and Colorado, where there is a ton of density. And I think it's great that there's density. It's walkable. I've lived there. I loved living there. But what I want people to think about when we talk about like missing middle housing, which is, you know, triplexes, quadplexes, cottage clusters, I am pushing for a housing type that allows neighborhoods to change incrementally. And when we allow certain neighborhoods to kind of have the say in how growth and change happens, we really push the burden for growth and change on to often outlying neighborhoods, often neighborhoods that are more poor, working class. The land is cheaper, right? And so when you put all the density there, that's where the density is going to go. And it really feels like over and over and over again, we're just not listening to a group of public comment that we keep getting. We have high schoolers who are talking about this, and myself, like my community is disappearing, my friends are leaving, and not everyone wants to live in an apartment. I loved living in an apartment, but you know, there are people that want to live in a triplex or fourplex, and they want to live within a mile of downtown. And if we're short-sighted in how we do this map because the neighbors are the loudest, then we will see some neighborhoods change drastically while some neighborhoods are not going to have to change at all. And to me, we have such an opportunity to do things differently. And so I just want to keep reinforcing that point, because missing middle housing, like, it's not radical. It allows for incremental change. And I just want to keep emphasizing that point. Like when I push for
Okay,
things-
thank you. I love this, but it's really late, and it's very similar to the same thing that we did last time. And I just want us to stay on task and not have a very long speech at the end. And we must function as a board without having a big blow up. I'm sorry, this is highly inappropriate. We have to be able to stop long speeches, so I'm going to go ahead and say that was a matter from the board. And is there any matter from staff?
I'll be quick, but Alan, I think you passed them out, or you guys have, they were in the back of the room, but we did update a calendar
Okay,
for you
we
guys
got it.
moving forward. So I just want to make sure
Thank
you
you.
receive that. Those dates are tentative for the work sessions.
Okay, I lost it in all these papers I have here, but I know I do have it. I was trying to think of what updates are on there that are pertinent other than Monday and Tuesday.
The work sessions for the zoning stuff coming up
Okay.
changed, so you don't necessarily have a meeting the first week of March on a
Okay.
Wednesday. So you
Sounds
guys kind
good.
of get a break on your Wednesday meetings till the end of, well, before spring break.
Mm-hmm.
The Wednesday before spring break.
All right, and then our next meeting, March 19th, is everyone able to be here? Okay, all right, great. So that's our poll. We'll see you all Monday. We'll look forward to maps from Thomas and some sort of notification that we get those.
And it'll be a full agenda, the March regular meeting.
All right, sounds good.
And Alan, you're going to have that slide deck that you had earlier this afternoon on vision? Your
Please put your staff report up.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just tomorrow.
Well, it will be tomorrow in like 20 minutes, so. What are you asking? That's good before we go through the whole.
I make a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned. Thank you.
PowerPoint. I don't even know exactly what we're doing now. So we're calling Thomas and